Hello.
Good morning, Commissioners. It is now 9:01 on May the 3rd. We are now live on YouTube. We have all commissioners, the county manager, the acting county attorney on the line, so we can go ahead and get started. I would like to remind everyone to keep your cameras off and your mics muted unless you are presenting or being asked a question by one of our county commissioners. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners and staff and citizens. I'm Brenda Howerton, the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, and today is May 3rd, as our clerk had said, 2021, in our work session. So the board, I'm going to read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizens fail to observe the public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be observed, to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. So first thing we have on the agenda is citizens' comments. And during this portion of the meeting, citizens were asked to share comments via email to the clerk. And I will ask the clerk if there were any comments, any citizen comments.
Yes, Chair Howerton, we did receive 2 comments via email, and then we also have Eric Landfried from Bike Durham on the line that would like to share a very brief video, and I will introduce him once I read the comments. There is one particular comment that is kind of long. However, at the bullet points, I will only highlight each bullet. The information will be available on the county website, and it will also be emailed to the commissioners as well as the county manager and other executive staff. Our first comment was received from Barbara Jacobs. It reads, to the Durham County Commissioners, you all have a very important decision to make concerning who will be our county manager in the future. This needs to be a decision made by you and not by the residents of Durham. They, like me, may give input which should be considered, but the commissioners have been elected by the citizens of Durham, and they must make decisions in the best interest of Durham citizens. The commissioners have a better perspective. They will know about personnel issues which are not public knowledge. They have seen the current manager's evaluations. Race has been injected into this appointment. It is not about race. It is about good, responsible government and finding the best qualified candidate. There are many other important issues in Durham that are about race, but please do not use race as a smokescreen in order to ignore the items which should be given consideration for this employment agreement. I am very sorry this appointment has been so politicized. The residents of Durham deserve an outstanding county manager who is compensated at a reasonable rate. I requested and obtained a copy of the 2016 5-year employment agreement, which followed a 1-year agreement. The county commissioners have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers of Durham to spend their tax dollars reasonably and wisely. This agreement does not seem to be an example of that. For example, it should have an end date. A 5-year term is a very long time for this agreement. The agreement states on the termination of this agreement for any reason whatsoever, and goes on to say that the employee will immediately be vested for health benefits, including medical and dental coverage as a Durham County retiree. All of the benefits should be in line with other Durham County employees, including contribution to the retirement system, contribution to the 401k and vacation days. The manager is paid a $600 per month for use of a personal vehicle. I urge you to carry out your responsibilities. Please remember that the compensation is paid from the pockets of Durham taxpayers and make it a reasonable package. The people of Durham deserve an outstanding person in this role, someone who is qualified, cooperative, transparent, and understands that the county manager works for the benefit of every person in Durham, as do the commissioners. Signed, Barbara Jacobs. The second comment comes from Nicholas Graber Grace. Good morning, commissioners and Durham County staff. I hope each of you is well this morning. I'm writing to urge each of you to work proactively with the Durham Board of Education to support the creation of 50 school nurse and school social work positions in Durham Public Schools, as requested by the Durham Association of Educators. These positions are badly needed to support our students and have been needed since long before the pandemic. While we all wish that the General Assembly would fund these positions, we cannot entrust the health and wellness of our students to the likes of Phil Berger and Tim Moore. I'm confident that Durham County can work creatively with the school district to fund these positions, perhaps relying on a combination of county and DPS federal COVID relief funds in the next couple of years as we scale up, with the county committing to sustain the positions in the long run once federal funds are expended. More than 800 people have signed the Durham Association of Educators petition calling for these petitions, and we will share those petition signatures and request individual meetings with each of you soon to discuss our shared goals and budget priorities. We look forward to working with each of you to meet the needs of our students and to fully fund Durham Public Schools. Signed, Nicholas Graber Grace. I also have Eric Landfried from Bike Durham on the line. Eric, you are free to begin speaking and just let me know when you're ready to start the video.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning, everybody. Nice to see everyone again. Hope this Monday is treating you well. My name is Eric Landfried. I am serving as the manager of the Transit Equity Campaign on behalf of Bike Durham. And we also are working with 4 other nonprofit organizations in Durham on this campaign. I think I've spoken with each of you individually and in this format before, so I won't go through of the transit campaign. I mostly wanted to let this time be a chance for you to hear directly from some of the transit workers and riders in our city and county. The Transit Equity Campaign commissioned 4 very short videos. They're total about 6 minutes. And I've asked the clerk to share one that is about a minute long. And then when it's over, if I have a few seconds, I'll just mention a few other priorities that have come up in these videos and other conversations we've had. So with that, if you can share the video, that'd be great.
For some people who use walkers or wheelchairs, I would think that some of those bus stops would be difficult to access.
Lighting, if it's dark, the bus can pass you if they don't see you. That's happened a lot of times.
It would help to put some new sidewalks in the village because those ones are kind of old.
We definitely need sidewalks.
More sidewalks to the buses.
More sidewalks, more bus shelters.
Because I depend on the bus so much, a lot of times I'm a walker too. I go down certain streets and there's not even sidewalks. We gotta walk in the street.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to also mention that we did work with 2 local videographers on these videos, and I hope that you have either already or will have the chance to watch the other 3 as well. They tell different aspects of the riders' stories. I did want to mention a couple other things that have come up in these conversations, either through the interviews for the videos or in other conversations we've had. Some of the things that riders are demanding. So you've certainly heard about sidewalks and better bus shelters, more comfortable bus stops. While it may have seemed selective, the sidewalks issue in particular and safe access to the stops came up in every single interview we did for those videos. It was probably the #1 thing that we heard from people. In terms of the service itself, the bus service, riders are really demanding more frequent service, more reliable service, and more direct service that has shorter travel times to jobs and other destinations, both in Durham and the larger region. And then another point is and you'll see this in one of the videos, is about expanded paratransit and other curb-to-curb service, in particular for persons with disabilities and people who live in the more rural areas of Durham County. That can be a good option for them. So that's all I have for today. And again, appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning and your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank
Chair
you.
Howerton, County Commissioners, that concludes the citizen comments for today's meeting.
Thank you, Monica. So we're going to move on, Commissioners, to our consent agenda, and we have about 12 items on the consent agenda, and I'd like the manager to read through each of the items and give the board an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the members of the board. The first item is item 205, which is essentially a capital project amendment for 3 capital projects totaling about $12.4 million for IS&T. These are the one-on-one meetings we had and discussed last week with the board regarding the modernization of and replacement of our IT technologies. Are there any questions there from members of the board?
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Manager, I had sent out, and I didn't just check right before the meeting, I had sent out a follow-up question, and I didn't see if Greg had a chance to see it yet, but it's just kind of a follow-up that I was wondering about with the life cycle replacements every 4 years. If we could get more information about what we're doing with all the devices, because I imagine that's a lot of laptops and devices and printers and phones. And I know we've had some relationship with the Camden Institute and Triangle e-cycling, but if we could get some more information about what we're doing with all the devices as they get cycled out. And I was also wondering when the study about Northern Durham, the broadband, was going to be completed and when we were going to get that information. So not directly related, but was just wondering about those 2 things, which I did send an email about. Thank you.
I think Greg may be on. He can certainly respond to the second question. There was an email floating around about that as recent as last week on the first issue in respect to the overall disposition of the equipment once we recycle it out. He can speak to that also, but I think given the various components that you referenced, you may need to respond in an email just to follow up on all of it.
Yeah, and I don't need a response right now. That's fine.
Greg, is there anything you want to add?
Mr. Manager, I do not see Greg on here. I do have Aaron. Actually, I'm not seeing anyone from IS&T on the screen right now.
All right, well, we'll get him to follow up via email.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 248, which is an interlocal agreement between the city and the county for the purchase of storage for our sodium chloride, which is essentially salt. Are there any questions there? Hearing none. Item 255 is a budget ordinance amendment for just over $130,000 for our sewer utility enterprise for our collection system. And it's a capital project for the collection system fund that will create line extensions for our wastewater treatment plant. Are there any questions on that particular item? Item 260 is the approval of a budget ordinance amendment appropriating $60,000 of general fund balance to cover the additional capital expense for our fireproofing cost at the Durham Convention Center. Any questions there? Item 261 is a budget ordinance amendment recognizing a $1,034 donation from the Durham Friends meeting to the Criminal Justice Resource Center. Are there any questions there? Item 263 is the Utility Division Collection System Schedule and an Emergency Repair Contract Amendment with David Young Utilities Incorporated. Any questions on that item? Hearing none, we will go to item 267, which is essentially our county FY22 transit plan work program and the transit plan material change. Are there any questions on that item? Item 273 is an emergency and scheduled repair contract amendment with David Young Utilities at the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant. Are there any questions on that item? Hearing none, we will move to item 274, which is a resolution of the Durham County Board of Commissioners to support the Building Center's request for the State Department of Transportation for Economic Development funds for the widening of Riddle Road. Are there any questions there? Item number 282 is a budget ordinance amendment appropriating $325,428.60 of general fund balance for the office migration to 365 for the Sheriff's Department and the requisite contracts for the project. Are there any questions on that particular item? Hearing none, we will move to item 292, which is to approve a capital project amendment that increases the Northern High School project by $92,785,475 using 2021 limited obligation bonds and future funding sources for a total project budget of $101 million. Are there any questions?
Manager,
Yes.
that one, could you talk about that a little bit more, especially for the public to understand what that means?
Primarily what it means, Madam Chair, is we are essentially moving the funds into the appropriate budget for that capital project. As you recall, during our last general obligation bond, we had a project budget that was about $51 million for Northern High School. Subsequently, when the new superintendent arrived, he subsequently decided that they were not going to do an on-site renovation of the old Northern High School and that they would search for land for the purposes of building a new facility, which is the one that we've been hearing about as of late. Subsequently, it meant that we ended up having to add additional funding for this project, almost twice the amount of what was originally proposed for the northern site. And so the $101 million is effectively moved from a $51 million project to a $101 million project on site. And so we are using limited obligation bonds for the purposes of funding the additional resources that was required for that project. And in total, we are now effectively packaging the entire project for Northern to be constructed.
So what you're saying is that the project went from 51 million to 101 million?
That's correct.
Okay. And has all of that been spent yet or not?
Oh, no. The project is in its initial phases.
Still in its,
as they move towards construction. Obviously we need to have the money available for the purposes of moving forward.
And I know we'll get a full briefing of all of this at our budget meeting, but it's just that it's in the agenda, and I know that citizens have some concerns and questions about it. So that was my reason for asking to explain a little bit more about that.
Okay. Any other questions regarding that particular item? Hearing none, we will move on to item number 293, which is the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council funding recommendations for FY 2022 and 2023. Are there any questions regarding that particular item? Madam Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. If there's no questions from commissioners, we can move on to our discussion items. And the first one is 0232 Community Child Protection Team Annual Report Presentation. So the board is to receive the presentation from the local Community Child Protection Team Chair, Christy Madlett, regarding the annual report and current work of the Durham Community Child Protection Team. And welcome, Christy. We're pleased that you're here for this report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christy Malott, and I chair the Community Child Protection Team and also the Child Fatality Prevention Team. And I'm joined today by DSS Director Ben Rose and Javetta Whitfield with DSS, and Public Health Director Rod Jenkins and Cheryl Scott are also here with us.
We got the whole team.
We do, yes, a good portion of them. Durham is fortunate to have tremendous leaders in the area of child welfare and public health. And we wanted to take an opportunity to introduce ourselves to the board, as we will be presenting an annual report every year going forward. This report is intended to cover 2020, and 2020 was a unique year, as the board already knows. And so our report looks a little different than it will likely look in the future, but we wanted to take an opportunity to let you know that we have changed the format. In 2020, we were meeting as a joint team every other month, and we have now gone back to meeting every month as opposite teams. So the child protection team meets 1 month, and we review the cases related to child welfare issues that DSS or other team members bring forward. And then we meet on opposite months to review child fatalities in Durham from the year prior. And so going forward, our reports may look slightly different. We attempted to do it together last year in 2020 in the hopes of being able to bring in expert speakers to share more information with us as we are making recommendations. But we determined that the issues are require more discussion. And so we just could not get enough done in our meetings every other month. So we have gone back now to meeting, separating the two teams and meeting in opposite months. And so at this time, I will, unless there are specific questions, would love to share recommendations with the board. Okay, Ms. Scott, if you're here and want to talk about the first recommendation related to Medicaid expansion.
Sure. Good morning. As Christy said, my name is Cheryl Scott. And
morning, Cheryl.
Good morning. I apologize. My video just went out, but I can continue to talk.
We see you.
Oh, thank you. Cheryl Scott, I'm the team coordinator for the Child Fatality Prevention Team, as Christy said. And I just want to talk a little bit about one of our recommendations was for Medicaid expansion. Briefly, Medicaid expansion was designed to address the historically high uninsured rates among low-income adults, is to provide a coverage option for people with limited access to employer coverage and people with limited income to purchase coverage on their own. This is intended, I believe, for people who meet at 138% of the federal poverty level. The three main benefits overall could be said for Medicaid expansion is that it allows greater access to health care, more equitable access, including treatment for opioid use disorders. It creates more access to affordable health care in North Carolina, and it will also insulate many families against financial hardship, reducing the state's high child poverty rate. These benefits provide opportunities for our next generation of children in North Carolina. This is a recommendation by the Community Child Protection Team and also the Child Fatality Prevention Team because racial and ethnic minorities make up 1/3 of North Carolina's total population. However, this demographic makes up more than 2/3 of the uninsured with incomes below the Medicaid threshold. This income gap has resulted in massive racial inequity in healthcare access that could be mitigated through expanded coverage. Economic security is closely aligned with access to healthcare. Medicaid expansion could lower medical debt, create more significant family savings, and provide an increase in more equitable access to care statewide. Closing this coverage gap has the potential to significantly shrink poverty in North Carolina. Also, research shows that Medicaid expansion is associated with a reduction in maternal and infant mortality. Key findings, new research shows that expanded Medicaid will improve the health of women of childbearing age, increasing access to preventive care, reducing adverse health outcomes during, before, and after pregnancies, and possibly, hopefully, reducing maternal mortality rates. While more must be done, Medicaid expansion is an important means of addressing persistent disparities in maternal health and maternal mortality. Better health for women of childbearing age also means better health for their infants. States that have expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act saw an approximately 50% greater reduction in infant mortality than in non-expansion states. Our specific interest is that our community needs Medicaid expansion for the following reasons. In our team meetings, we saw cases of extreme immaturity, late or no prenatal care. This will also be helpful for preconceptional health, gestational diabetes, help with housing, jobs, education. Decreases child neglect and creates or increases financial stability and mental health treatment that's available for parents. And Christy, right now, that's all I have for Medicaid expansion. Are there any questions, please?
Thank you. And if I could just add briefly that along those lines, the county, and Director Rose, jump in at any time, but that the county pays for children who are in foster care who do not qualify for Medicaid. And as the board probably knows, undocumented children do not qualify for Medicaid. And so one of our recommendations, recommendation 3 also, is that the county continue to do that. Okay, Ms. Scott, if you want to cover the second one. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the second one. So we would just urge the county to continue to work towards high-speed internet access for all Durham County residents. As we all know, having access to the internet makes a significant difference in students' abilities to learn and in closing an income wage gap. And I can speak for myself. I live in Rougemont, and there's no option for truly high-speed internet out where I live. And this issue became very clear to the team when COVID required Durham Public Schools to go remote. And the schools, we have a representative on our team from Durham Public Schools, and clearly Durham Public Schools worked very hard and diligently to get access as far as computers and resources for families, hotspots, and the board already knows all about this, so I don't need to talk much about it. But the lack of high-speed internet in certain areas of the county is a hindrance to children's ability to learn. And even when children go back into Durham Public Schools, it's still of utmost importance that children throughout Durham County have the opportunity to access high-speed internet. Cheryl, would you like to talk now about the implicit biases training?
Sure, just briefly, implicit biases or unconscious biases or unconscious attitudes and stereotypes that manifest in our major systems, workplace, schools, criminal justice, healthcare. They operate almost entirely on an unconscious level. And when we have biases, rather than being neutral, there's a preference for or an aversion to maybe a person, a group of persons. This is why we use the term implicit biases, because it's not conscious. While we all have these biases that affect the way the world we live in, it's important that we address these biases in these systems, because without meaning to, our children are being affected, the way we receive our health care is being affected. And if we all could come to some more conscious awareness of our thoughts and how they're projecting them to the people that we serve, then perhaps we could increase the improvement of some of these outcomes in some of these systems. And I'm proud to say that Durham County does have a racial equity team that's working very hard on this goal. And I'm very proud to be a citizen in Durham County as well as an employee, because this is a very important issue that really needs to be addressed. Are there any questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And then I will address the next one, number 5, which is working to offer a language line for anyone interfacing with Durham County government. In looking at just the U.S. Census website from 2015 to 2019, there was an estimate foreign-born persons in Durham County of 14.2% of the population, and that number may be higher given that some undocumented immigrants were likely not counted in that census. And this comes to play in the child welfare arena and also related to child fatalities when individuals who live in Durham are unable to access the services that we do have because they're not able to speak the language. And Durham has done a fairly good job related to Spanish interpretation and the ability for Spanish speaking individuals to be able to access systems, but other languages are significantly more difficult to find an interpreter for, and language lines are necessary. And so often that results in individuals who are here and don't speak English as a first language being unable to access the systems that would allow them to better protect their children and keep their children out of the foster care system. And then when those children come into the foster care system, it becomes difficult for the Department of Social Services to be able to find therapists, for example, who are culturally appropriate for the children and the families and who also speak their language. And so we would just urge the county to continue to keep that in mind and to work towards language lines that are available for Spanish, but also for languages other than Spanish that can be used by Durham residents. Okay, and then Cheryl, I think you're up for the need for services for intellectually disabled children.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about specifically, I'd like to talk about autism spectrum disorder, mainly because I have personal experience with this. Autism spectrum disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that's characterized by deficits in social interactions and communication, repetitive, stereotypical behaviors. Early recognition and treatment are critical to treatment gains and prognosis. But there can be several limitations to initiate aiding a timely intervention. And that includes financial restraints, limited resources, providers, and lack of access to healthcare. So just briefly, my experience, I have a nephew who was diagnosed with autism. He was diagnosed at 18 months. And at that time, he was living in Durham, and I was participating in his family plan. There were numerous services available. We were very pleased with the opportunities in Durham. Later on, as he became a teenager, he came to live with me for approximately 4 years. And I want to first say that the services we received at Durham Public Schools were great. They were responsive to our needs. They were helpful. They referred us to the resources that were available, but this was the concern that I had at the time. He was 16 years old at the time, and we were looking towards adulthood. there were few choices for transitioning into him being an adult and assuming some independence. While he could not live totally independent, we felt that it was important that he learned to do some things that utilized his talents, because he did have talents that, you know, we recognized. So the employment rate among persons with autism spectrum disorder has been noted to be low. The services are increasingly linked to the potential for favorable job outcomes, which for us would have been very helpful because he was bored, as children get. And when children get bored, not all children, but my nephew in particular, he was very bright. He could put a 1,000-piece puzzle together in 30 minutes. He could not communicate, but he had to be busy. And so if we could have found more options for him to utilize that particular talent, that would have been helpful. So I think there's if we could think about as a community to provide some more options to support these adults, to utilize what strengths they have, because the options that we had, while they were helpful, they were, I'm going to say kind of cookie cutter. They were designed for employment, but were not tailored to the individual needs or talents of the children. And while you can't do that for everyone, I think that as much as possible, observe the child, work with the child, see what they're good at, because these children are good. All of them are good at something. They're good at something. And if we can find what that is, they're also good at letting you know what they like. These children can communicate. It's upon us to learn how to communicate with them, because they need that from us. It should not be incumbent upon them to learn what we need. We need to learn what they need. So the common barriers are limited screening and diagnosis, because once he became an adult, it seemed like the services disappeared. Limited insurance, communication difficulties with the physicians, limited awareness of their needs, of their aging as they aged. So if we could just address some of these needs systemically, because it's no one system. When they're stopped in the street, you know, we have bracelets. If someone could just take a minute to ask them, don't touch, you know, how are you doing? Can I see your arm? If they happen to be out there by themselves. These are not individuals that like their personal space and encroached upon it, it frightens them. So we could just get some more education in the community as they grow older, some more access to services that are more tailored. And like I said, it doesn't have to be specifically tailored for each individual, but if we could just learn to look at what their needs are and what their talents are, they could surely become productive citizens. So I love my nephew dearly. So that's what I have to say about the spectrum disorder. And like I want to emphasize though that Durham Public Schools was great. They helped us and it gave us all the available services that they knew about, connected us. And so I have no concerns about Durham Public Schools with my nephew.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And I would add to that becomes an issue in the child welfare setting when parents are not trained well in learning to understand how to manage their children and their children's behaviors. And then that can lead to higher stress in the home, which then can eventually lead to children coming into the system. And then once children are in the foster care system, being able to get adequate services for them in order to help stabilize them in one particular foster home can be difficult. And there's an article written, I think 1 or 2 years ago in the News and Observer about how statewide there's a wait list for services for children with intellectual disabilities that is years long. And so for a child who has come into foster care, the goal at that point is reunification, but also to reduce the number of placements that a child has to have, because every change in placement can bring more trauma to a child. And then the system itself is traumatizing the child. And so in order to maintain those placements, having community services available to meet the needs of children with intellectual disabilities is very important. Durham has a shortage of them. There's a shortage of them throughout the state. And I often ask the team, if you had a magic wand and we could grant you any wish you had, that is a wish that social workers often bring to us, more services for children with intellectual disabilities. I know that there is no magic wand here at the board, but I still think that it's important for the board to know that that's an ongoing concern that we have. And then I will talk briefly about the Safe Sleep Awareness campaign that we're working on. I'm not going to say too much about it right now because our goal is to bring a solid plan to the board at the end of this year. But for 2021, the board, our CCPT and CFPT are focused on addressing safe sleep issues because we continue to lose children in Durham County related to safe sleep issues. And it's an issue statewide. We believe that not enough money is spent on addressing it statewide. We've had the opportunity to hear from experts who have come to speak at our last two meetings, one from the medical examiner's office and one from the UNC School of Social Work. And we are Children and Maternal Health, I think it is, from UNC, but we're working to develop a plan that we can bring forward to the board to use the resources that are already out there to try to address safe sleep issues here in Durham. So I won't say anything else about it except to note that it is a critical issue, that we are losing infants in hopefully preventable ways, and then we hope to be able to bring forward some suggestions. And I'm going to turn it over to DSS at this time to address the last three recommendations.
So good morning. Thank you, Christy. I want to take 1 second, if I may, just to acknowledge and thank Christy for her tireless efforts as our chair. When I first came to Durham, probably not a few months after I had come, we actually met, and Christy really expressed a passion to bring new life to the community child protection team. And I was so just so caught with her dedication and commitment to children and what she does. And she, as the chair, it's not a high paying gig, let's be honest. And she gives of her time and really leads these efforts. And I just want to thank her and acknowledge her work. Number 8 is a very critical recommendation, and the board is very aware of this reform. We've talked about it quite a bit over the last couple of years in terms of the House Bill 630. And really how this ties into the Community Child Protection Team is the Community Child Protection Team is about systematic issues. They're there to address gaps in resources and gaps in services and systematic issues that impact the child welfare service. And House Bill 630 is really the first big major piece of legislation that is reforming our system for the first time in a long, long time. So I think it's going to be very critical that the CCPT be very integral in how we roll out these reforms and advocate and assess and evaluate the practices that will be coming through child welfare reform. We're going to become a very preventative type of a service, which is something that we're not used to in social services. We're very reactive in the child welfare ring. We get a report, there's abuse, we react to it. We're going to try to be more upstream with both House Bill 630 and with Families First, which is federal legislation that will give us funding flexibility. So these are going to be just very critical pieces as we develop this system. And this is not going to happen overnight. We're talking about 3 and 4 years of work ahead of us, and it's going to be done in phases and implemented in phases. But we're very excited about the potential here with House Bill 630. Social services transformation has been needed for a long time. The only other thing I think that's needed more is something that Ms. Scott referred to earlier, which was Medicaid expansion. And when she listed all those reasons, it's hard to understand why we would not be doing Medicaid expansion, all the benefits and outcomes of it. So we're going to continue to fight for that. And then as we implement House Bill 630, really get to a more preventative mindset in child welfare, which hopefully will benefit our families. So we're very, very excited about that. Number 9 is regarding the Durham County Early Childhood Action Plan, which many of you have worked on or have been a part of. And Javetta and myself have been a part of that from the child welfare standpoint as well. But of course, as the team, I think we want to embrace the entire plan because it will really look to improve the lives of our young children and give them a better start, give them a better chance to succeed in school, to succeed in health, and have much better outcomes. So we are very excited about the Early Childhood Action Plan. It's coming together. We're in the formulation stage right now. I believe we're the group is going to be bringing it to the Board of Commissioners in probably June or July is the plan, I believe. So we're very excited about it. It's very ambitious. And again, like Christy said, there's no magic wand here. We understand we're going to have to tackle some low-hanging fruit, and then there's some bigger hanging fruit that we may have to be a little more strategic about. But I think it's really going to be a benefit, and the CCPT wants to definitely promote and help where they can with the Early Childhood Action Plan. And we are, I think, one of the only counties doing a county-specific plan, which is really exciting. The last recommendation, and I know there's probably plenty of questions, so I'll be very quick with this one, is to identify community outreach efforts to bring awareness regarding child abuse, neglect, and increase ease of reporting. This is something we're very, very interested in DSS. We know the reporting process is difficult and challenging in DSS. A lot of the community understands that they are mandated reporters, but they may be afraid to call because, quite frankly, we have a 23, 24-page intake form that we have to go through, and there's just nothing easy about any of this. But the biggest thing here is just bringing awareness and trying to get people to be involved and engaged. And if they see something that needs to be reported, to have comfort in that, and for us to protect that report and treat it with the sensitivity that it requires, and then really make sound decisions about whether we should open up a case. So we're going to try to do a lot of outreach, I think, over the next year and do a lot of education. We do a lot with our partners, but we want to, I think, expand it more into just the general population to make people feel at ease about calling DSS and making a report. So I believe that covers everything, Christy. So we can turn it over maybe for questions. And thank you.
Thank you. Javetta, anything for you?
Good morning. No, I don't have anything additional. You'll hear from me again later next week.
Okay. Well, I want to say thanks to you, Christy, Cheryl, Ben, and also Javetta, because this conversation is so dear to all of our hearts, you know, when you talk about our children. And Commissioner Carter serves on that board, on that committee. It wasn't one that I could undertake, but when we talk, there was something recently in the news that mentioned that there were more children that have been abused or in child protection over this last year than ever. Are you seeing the numbers of our children increase?
No, we haven't really seen an increase in children being abused or neglected, at least reported. It's basically been the same as it was pre-COVID. So there may be some underreporting because of the pandemic, but as far as seeing an increase right now, we haven't seen an increase in comparison to 2020 or 2019.
And that's been the big concern, Commissioner Howerton, is the underreporting with the pandemic. That's as schools start to return, that we may see that tick up a little bit from underlying issues that maybe were underreported. And that's been across the country, not just North Carolina.
Okay. And I guess the other question that I have is, what is it that the commissioners and the community can do? What is your call to action for us and the community?
I mean, I think that
go ahead, Chris.
That I just opened up.
You go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I think, I believe for us, it's about awareness. It's about trying to help people be in tune and bring awareness to the situations and challenges that we face. And we're very fortunate in Durham. We have a lot of resources, but those resources are stretched. and they're at capacity. And so we need to find ways to be creative to expand that capacity with them somehow. And I think if I could say from a departmental standpoint, we always have a need for foster homes. We always are recruiting for foster homes. If you have an interest in that, we'd love to talk to you, because that is such a needed resource. The more we can keep our kids in our community, the better we are, and the more that we can give them that stable, loving home for this time that we're having to. Now, again, we're going to try to get away from taking children into care too. That's going to be the whole goal of Families First, is to prevent trying to bring kids into our care and try to keep kids with their families more. So we're going to really be focused on that as well too. But we always still have a need for foster homes. And Christy, Gervetta, Cheryl, you may want to add, definitely.
I would urge the community to report child abuse and neglect if you suspect it. And also to seek training on implicit bias. I think we recommended that every county employee receive training on it, but the community in general, everyone has biases. And as we're interacting with other individuals, we either add to their stress or can help reduce it. And if our implicit biases cause us to increase stress for individuals, and then they take that stress back home to their families, it can cause harm to the children and their families. And so I think that that's a takeaway that every person in Durham can do.
Thank you, Christy. Let's open up commissioners, questions, concerns. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really wanted to take a minute to lift up this assemblage of community leaders that meet on these two teams. The work is grim, as Brenda has said, and as you all know, of course, we're talking about child welfare and children preventing fatalities especially. But these folks are very committed and passionate. And I think they've brought us a great list of recommendations. This is a very cogent and salient report, and it gives us some things to shoot for, to work on, some ways to try to prioritize efforts as we look at across systems and all the systems that intersect and impact child welfare. I do hope we'll consider the Safe Sleep campaign when that plan comes forward. When we look at infant mortality, it disproportionately does affect children of color, and there are safe sleep issues that just keep coming up over and over again in the discussions that we have at the meetings. And I also hope that we will remember these recommendations when we're also thinking about our targeted efforts at maternal mortality disparities and infant mortality disparities. And I know Chair Howerton is working, I think, to pull some folks together to give that a real focused, effort and look. And I just think there's a lot in this report that body of people can also use, and just trying to pull it all together and assemble it and try to implement as much as we can in an effective way. Thanks to the teams.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter, for all of your support.
Indeed, thank you.
Cheering you on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your time this morning, Chair Howerton and board.
Absolutely, thank you. Commissioner Jacobs, did I see your hand, Commissioner Burns? Okay.
Well, thank you so much to all of you for this really excellent report to us. Ms. Scott, I actually wanted to ask you if you could provide us with the statement that you made about the reasons that we need to do Medicaid expansion. I honestly thought that was one of the most compelling arguments that I've heard. And many of us have been in discussions with county commissioners across our state about this issue. And I think that a lot of the points that you point out focus specifically on children's welfare and mothers and infants are honestly, I don't think in the discussions I've had that being a particular focus, and maybe that's something that will help us. I'm a member of the Health and Human Services task group for the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. And this issue comes up every year about the association getting behind Medicaid expansion. And I think, so I would really appreciate if you could share with us what you wrote, because it would really help me, what you said. And then it really struck me with all of your recommendations, how much are really related to priorities that our board talked about at our retreat. And so I'm thinking about our upcoming budget and how we can really focus on your recommendations, in areas about broadband, maternal and child health, funding for our schools. I feel hopeful that there are ways that we can try to really address language equity and access. These are all things that our board has talked about and that we really need to prioritize. When you talked about the Families First and the child welfare reform, do you feel like opportunities to increase the funding for children with intellectual disabilities and some of our adult, more transition age youth? Because I know those are areas that that were raised by Miss Scott. And do you feel like that's going to be in there, or Javetta?
Commissioner Jacobs, it's hard to say that specific target will be in there. I think what Families First is really going to allow us to do, it's going to allow us to shift more funding to preventative services, but not necessarily with a focus on intellectual disabilities or the older foster care population. So I think that's probably something we're going to have to be creative with there. It's not going to be something that's going to be directly in these legislations, unfortunately, unless the General Assembly, takes on some new efforts there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I guess my last comment was we have a new community wellness and safety task force. And, I just wanted to maybe encourage you all to share your recommendations with the task force. Again, thinking about how do we shift where we're investing resources. And I think we have a lot of opportunities coming up in the future, even with our new youth home. We're going to have the opportunity for more kind of support services and outpatient services and support for mental health and for families in that, in the future. So thank you.
That's a good point. And we could even look to, if there's not a representative from that group serving on the community child protection team, we could perhaps have one of them join our team as well too, so that we could have that interaction. But we might already have one, I'm not sure, but just in case.
Thank you.
So I want to say again, thanks to all of you for your presentation this morning. We appreciate it. And we look forward to having more conversation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item, commissioners, is an update. The number 2 from the Department of Finance initiative on the pre-development process for the former DSS Main Street facility market analysis. This is a 45-minute presentation. So the board is requested to receive an update from UNC School of Government's Development Finance Initiative on the pre-development process for the former DSS Street facility. This update will detail the market analysis performed by DFI. And I'd like to start it with Perry Mann. I don't see him. He's somewhere there. Our Deputy Director of Engineering and Environmental Services, Sarah Odie, Project Manager of DFI. There he is to start this conversation. Okay, I'll kick it off to you guys.
You got it. Thank you, commissioners, and good morning to all of you and everyone else on the call. So as you guys are aware, the county engaged DFI to actually lead us through the pre-development process. And we actually came back to you a couple of months ago with the guiding public interest, which you guys adopted, which allow us to move forward with the project. This update is primarily going to focus on the market analysis, and this will be one of many updates to you guys regarding this project. And so at this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Sarah Odio from DFI, as she is leading the charge on the market analysis and providing this information to the board for your input. So thank you.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you can see the slides, not my notes?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you so much for that intro, Perry. We're actually here today just to give an update. Our goal with our work always is to make sure that we bring you along, right? So as we're learning things about what it will mean to redevelop DSS Main, we want to make sure that you all are staying informed and that, you know, we're helping you kind of understand what's going to impact what can happen with this building. So the plan today is really just to give you a project overview, talk about the market analysis, and then what that means for the next steps as we move forward. You'll have to excuse me, I'm a little bit pollen. The season doesn't seem to end, so. So who we are, just for the general public that maybe hasn't seen us before. So the Development Finance Initiative is a program of UNC Chapel Hill School of Government. We really provide real estate development and finance consulting for local governments like you all. And most importantly is that we help you bring your public interests into private development, right? And make sure that you're securing those. So we formerly worked with the county on the 300 and 500 blocks of East Main. I shouldn't say formerly, we're still working. We stay until really the end. But as some of you may know from that process, you know, it started by figuring out, hey, what are the public interests? And ultimately ended with the selection of private development partners with programs that had been previously vetted by the county commissioners. And we are still involved here in that we are still helping the county get to a development agreement that secures the public interest that the county has been supporting all along. And so here we are on DSS Main, and the project timeline here is a lot of bars here. What I'd like you to see here is where we are today. We are a little bit sort of halfway through the bulk of the process. Next step will be actually engaging an architect and beginning the work on the building, and I'll get more into that at the end. And our goal will be to, as you see the line in purple, will be to go back to the public around August, in the month of August, with development plans that you all think could work, but you would like to get public feedback from. So this is, the goal is to have a feasible development plan for the public to reflect on by, you know, the end of the summer. And hopefully out looking for a private development partner, if any, right? So that's part of the considerations here, is how do we move forward by the end of this year. So just a quick refresher on the site that we're talking about. DSS Main is located at the corner of East Main and South Roxborough, right in the city center, and really kind of a transition point from the city center and heading east towards where the county is making a lot of investments. So at the last meeting that I saw you all, we shared the feedback from the community engagement sessions, and you all endorsed some public interest with tweaks. So I believe the following will reflect what we heard at that meeting. So redevelopment of DSS Main should maintain the primary use of the building for community-oriented activities and or office space accessible to businesses with needs unmet by downtown market. incorporate ground floor and outdoor uses that increase street level vibrancy and invite community interaction after 5 and on weekends. Preserve the unique architectural features of the exterior and allow for enhancements that are consistent with the building's prominent location at a key gateway to downtown Durham. Include design elements that facilitate pedestrian traffic to and from nearby commercial nodes, and optimize public investment and attract private investment. So in today's presentation, the goal will be to actually ground these public interests in what we know about the market in Durham, right? So what does it mean, needs unmet by downtown market? And what could go into the ground floor that could activate that space? So what hangs over everything here, right, is the pandemic and what that means and what the impact is on real estate development and the ability to build more. We know that the Durham County market is proving resilient, right? There have been major announcements in recent months. If you all had the chance to attend or hear more about the DDI presentation last week, they had a lot of great information about what is happening in downtown. You all have really tracked, the Durham MSA has really, the unemployment has tracked below the nation, right? So you all have been more resilient and performing better than the rest of the country. But there's something that kind of gets obscured with sort of these big trends with announcements from Apple and Google, right? Which is what the impact is on small businesses. And what the long-term impact will be on small businesses, and I'll add, but not super relevant, but low-wage workers as well, right? And so what you're looking at here is a graph that was created by Opportunity Insights, which is a nonpartisan organization located at Harvard, that was tracking small business revenue through the pandemic, right? We only have data through February 1st, so hopeful that this has kind of gone up. But what's interesting here is that, no surprise, we saw revenue drop significantly for small businesses when the pandemic hit, major impact. And we saw some recovery when stimulus dollars were coming out, but it has generally kind of trickled down. And so we've seen that small business revenue as of February 1st dropped by about 50%. And what that's meant is that there's an estimated about 35% of businesses by February 1st, so we don't know where that is now, of small businesses that had gone out of business in Durham as a result of the pandemic. But downtown Durham itself continues to grow, right? Oh, I want to note on that left slide, one thing that's really important here is that what this means for businesses, minority-run businesses, people of color running businesses, is that we know that the majority of diverse businesses, MBEs, are small businesses, right? An overwhelming amount are small businesses. So there's a direct connection here. So downtown Durham continues to grow, and there are about 14 million square feet of space with about nearly 1 million more under construction. And so the site is right here, as we talked about before, in an area that is largely institutional, but it's seeing more and more commercial development around. So digging into office market, because that was kind of that first public interest, right? Which is, what are the needs that are, the office needs that are unmet by downtown market? For Durham County overall, right? The market for space in downtown is really driven by what's happening in the county overall. And you all have, nearly 47,000 office-oriented employees, right? These are people that are likely to occupy office space. And that's been growing at a rate of 1.2% annually, which is steady, right? It's been a steady growth there. And you have about more than 1,600 small office-oriented businesses, right? So these are small businesses. I'm using 20 employees or less. The SBA's, I think it's like 200 employees or less. So we're talking truly small, less than 20 employees in the county. And that has seen a good uptick in the last 10 years as well. As I get into this, the data, I want to make sure that some of the terminology is clear, especially when talking about office. You hear a lot about class. Class is I want to be clear, none of it is derogatory, right? It's not saying that Class C is bad. It's just a difference in age, right? Quality, amenities, location. And what's really important here is that it's the impact on the rents, right? So Class A, you hear a lot about Class A, right? These are the brand new buildings in great locations that have a lot of amenities as part of that building, right? So these are naturally, and we'll get into the rents and the difference in rents, your much higher rents. By nature of what they are, brand new, very shiny, lots of amenities. You want Class A in your market, right? Class B is something that you're all familiar with as well, right? This is a little bit older. It has amenities, right? It still has your lobby space. It has this, but it's older and it's not, maybe they don't have as much because there isn't as much maybe communal space as you have in Class A, extra amenities. And then you also have Class C. Class C is going to be, you don't have a lobby space. It's likely just kind of one or two office spaces, much lower quality. Now, a healthy market has a good mix of all of these. Right? You need Class A, right? You need to drive your property taxes, all of that driven by Class A. But this Class B and C stock is really important because this is your more affordable office space, right? Your lower cost office space by virtue of the space itself, right? And so you want to have a healthy mix of the three of these. What we see in the downtown market is that your growth has really been driven by Class A, and that is a good thing, right? And again, I'm going to refer to DDI as well and their great presentation a couple of weeks ago. There may be a need for even more, right, to keep up the growth that is happening in downtown Durham. But what I want you to note here is that the stock for Class B and C remains the same, right? Because you don't build generally Class C. You don't build your more affordable space. You're preserving your more affordable space, which is why this is relevant to DSS Maine. And although it has been stable, something that we're going to note as I look later at the rents is that we do believe that some of that more affordable space has been lost. And so that there has been a decline in the affordable space. But if we look at just building class, this won't surprise you, but you have, your Durham ID up here, and then American Tobacco and all of the office space that they, that's getting developed on this part of town, right? And this includes not just office, but your multifamily classes here. And downtown itself, one city center, right? But primarily downtown, it won't surprise you, is a lot of this Class C. And that's why you still have a lot of nonprofits, although that is in decline in downtown. Class A leases are geared towards larger tenants in Durham, okay? And this is really important when we think about small businesses, right? And so what you're looking at in this table here is the leasing activity in the last 3 years. And so there have really just been 77, not just, but 77 leases signed, right? So potential tenants, averaging about 14,000 square feet per lease, right? So these are bigger office spaces, bigger tenants. You had more leases signed for B and C, right? But they tend to occupy smaller spaces, so 1,500 square feet. So although, you're getting more leases signed for B and C, so you have more businesses trying to get into these spaces, they generally occupy significantly smaller spaces. So the need tends to be for smaller spaces. So if we look at all of Durham County, there's about 1.2 million square feet of Class A office space under construction today. The map you're looking at here are kind of the three major office developments in downtown Durham that are coming in, either in the planning phase or it's one, Venable, Roxborough at Venable, that is currently under construction. In the county overall, that growth in office space is about an 11% increase. And at kind of the time of publication, so when we kind of, put the nail in this, there was about a 20% pre-lease number that might be higher today. So that means businesses that are already prepared to go into the spaces before they've even been constructed. So downtown Durham has about 515,000 square feet in planning or under construction, right? We left out the former police headquarters in that number, just waiting for the city to kind of finalize those plans with the developer there. The rents, it's the Roxborough at Venable. This is important because it's, you know, what we're going to look to, right? What a Class A development is going to look to set its own rents is about $38.50 full service rents. Okay, this is pretty high, but is consistent where we have seen the market going. If we look at historic projections, so we look at historic growth in jobs, the reality is that you all have kind of really surpassed past trends, right? So in terms of what's getting built in downtown, that's more than enough to satisfy sort of historic projections. What's important to know as we think through, okay, what could DSS mean be, is that there has been a narrowing of the rents under COVID pressure, right? 2020 has seen kind of a real narrowing. So you can see here the kind of historic trend of office space, right? So the vacancies, the lighter shade here is the vacant square footage, right? And you can see how low the vacancy got for office space in downtown Durham. It was so narrow, right? There was barely any space. I think it was 1.7% at one point, which is not healthy at all because it means there is no option for anyone to go into downtown. And so the market responded and started building, right? It got really tight, rents go up. Lower that vacancy, you start seeing those rents go up. And then developments started coming online. More and more square footage was added to the market. And so you saw that vacancy grow for office space. And as a result, you've seen that Class A rent really plateau in 2019 and 2020 as all of this supply came online. Now, this is, you know, good news, right, for smaller businesses, those that can't afford nonprofits, those that really can't afford the big rents. But what's not good news is that we've seen the B and C really grow as well, along with Class A. So the availability of lower rent space has virtually kind of started to disappear in the last 3 years in downtown Durham. And we expect that with recovery, right, I don't have a crystal ball. So everything I say about what comes next is going to be speculation, but the expectation is that downtown Durham will recover and we're going to see these rents start to climb again. And so I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I think it's important to drive home. If we see the distribution of rents, of space by rent, and the vacancy, right? The vacancy has been much higher in these more expensive spaces. Part of it, though, is a lot of it was delivered in the last 2 years, right? Just in time for the pandemic. So right when they were going to start leasing up, the pandemic hit, and you have a lot of, so if you've been up to see certain brand new buildings, there seems to be a lot of empty space, right? But we've seen that the spaces with lower rents have been more resilient, right? Less vacant space, really tenants holding on as much as possible as they can to those spaces with the lower cost rents. And something that's interesting is you're looking at this and you're seeing, why is that B and C space that's supposed to be more affordable comparable to these brand new shiny buildings? And the reason why, and this is kind of one of the concerns, is that a lot of the Class B space, so these beautiful historic buildings that don't have all the amenities, have begun to be renovated, right? So running out of space, they're renovating, and they're renovating to a very kind of high level of quality, putting a lot of dollars into these buildings, which is a good thing on one side, but on the other side, it means that they can now demand much higher rents on those spaces. So at this rent rate here, 30% of those have been recently renovated. And at this rent range, this is the Cobb building that was kind of completely gutted and redeveloped. And so what was formerly Class B, still technically Class B, is demanding rents at Class A. And so you're losing a lot of affordable office space in downtown. So just the office market highlights is that there is significant Class A development in Durham County that is exceeding growth projections. So you all are kind of staying on a healthy growth trajectory although some would say that more is needed, but so far it's looking healthy. Central business district rents locally are plateauing, but they're also doing that nationally, right? This is just what is happening across the country right now. But because of what we've seen and the resiliency of the Durham market, we are likely to see quite a spike as demand bounces back. You know, something that is important to note is that we don't know how much longer the smaller businesses, right, can hold on, right? Still unknown the degree to which landlord flexibility on leases, for example, has helped maintain these really low, very high occupancy rates in these buildings. And so it's clear to us that based on kind of where the rents are going, where they are, where the vacancies are, that additional Class B and C office space at a lower price point is clearly demanded, especially as renovated Class B rents rise with recovery. And so DSS Main being kind of one of an important structure in terms of a Class C building, you don't want to lose that and its potential to meet this demand in the market. So it is consistent, I'd say, with your public interest and the needs there. So any questions on office before I move forward to retail? All right. Oh. I think Commissioner Jacobs has it. I can't see.
You know what, Sarah, I think I'll just wait until the end and make any questions or comments then. Thank you.
Great. All right. So now switching to the retail market, reason we look at retail, and I'll say retail is everything, right? It's the shop, it's your food and beverage, right? It's going to be your restaurant, your bar. Retail is that kind of ground floor commercial that sells stuff, right? And for the trade area here, we look at kind of what is happening within kind of a 15-minute walk of DSS Main. So what is kind of your captive audience for retail space on the ground floor in downtown Durham? And you have about nearly 5,000 households. This is where the growth is massive, right? You were just seeing a lot of multifamily development coming in. Your daytime population pre-pandemic was about 20,000. Right? And I'll dig into this and why this really matters. So while you have 5,000 people sleeping in downtown Durham at night within 15 minutes of DSS Main, in the daytime, about 20,000 people, right? It quadruples the population. This is residents and workers because of all that office space. And in addition, you have about 716 hotel rooms with more in the pipeline within this area. Now, I'm not going to dig further into hotel rooms because that is one part of the sector that we are not sure how it will recover. But hotel and tourism is very important to supporting retail. And right now, we just simply don't know how that is going to recover. If we look at, so retail has not grown, right, at the rate at which we see in office. Retail tends to no longer be standalone, right, in downtown. It becomes part of a development, tends to be ground floor, and it occupies the ground floor of a brand new development. It's also part of the UDO that you have to have a non-residential use, and retail has become and is the natural kind of occupier of that space. So if we look at, you know, the kind of square footage of retail within 15 minutes from DSS Main, it's been pretty stable. And the rent's really not as high as you saw in office space, right? In office, you were seeing 35. Here, kind of stabilized around $20. But around 2014, 2015, as we saw more of that office come in, right? This is all connected. As we saw more of that office come in, we also saw the rents in these spaces start to rise. So climbing up, retail part of some new retail part of these brand new vacancies developments, and the vacancy rate, that yellow, really going down over time. So less and less space available to lease. And then no surprise, the pandemic hit, right? And we saw a lot of space vacate. Nearly 30,000 was vacated, that 30,000 square feet that have not yet been filled up. Given that there is more in development, we think it may take up to 3 years to absorb what has been lost, right? So the space is still there, but we lost retail business tenants in those spaces. And given the historic trend of leasing up after the, as it comes in, we think it will take a while to see these retail spaces come back. In the city center alone, when you walk around now, you are seeing a lot of new retail businesses going in, but generally the vacancy on the ground floor here is still around 12%. And that's very high when a healthy vacancy is about 7%. And I think really it's not a surprise, right? You just see it now in a way that you didn't since 2010, right? Really all the growth that we've seen has been 2010 past, and you've seen a lot more of this vacancy in recent times. I talked a lot about class A and B when it comes to office space. It breaks down a lot more clearly on rents when you're talking about retail. So that retail space in the brand new buildings, those brand new shiny spaces are definitely demanding higher rents. But again, the trend is the same. So this light blue, that's a vacant space. You just don't have as much vacant space on these lower cost spaces. So you have tenants in the lower cost spaces that are really trying to hold on. And we know that we have I've been really impressed with the downtown Durham market, with the landlords on these kind of B and C that have been trying desperately to work with tenants to keep them in their spaces. And you see that on these more affordable spaces. A lot of this was delivered in recent times and is still sitting vacant. As I said, office and retail are so closely intertwined, right, in supporting retail. And we see a lot in these 3 new office buildings we talked about, that'll have a retail component on the ground floor. And then you have multifamily developments that'll have retail on the ground floor that are under construction on the north side of downtown. So as I said, there are about 30,000 square feet of retail that are under construction as part of mixed use developments, right? And the staggering thing is that there are about 195,000 square feet that are currently in the planning phase. So that'll be a massive expansion of retail, but it hasn't happened yet, right? There's no permit in place, but they are in the planning process. Now, what we can't ignore, that is really what is needed to support retail, is that there are just fewer people traveling to work. Even though the business itself may still be holding onto the lease and occupying space, we see that 60% fewer people are actually traveling into the office daily. So 4 out of 10 employees have potentially gone back to the office. So the table that you see, this chart that you see here, does not include Durham, but it's looking at kind of bigger metros, including Charlotte, Austin, Atlanta. And what you see is that huge drop off, right, when the pandemic happened. And through the pandemic, it has really kind of stayed below 40% occupancy, meaning people are just not going back into the office. They're working from home. And I look around at the screen at you all, and I realize everyone is still home. And so we don't know how much longer that will be. What's interesting is that Durham MSA, and this is compared to the country as a whole, was ranked as having the 3rd highest proportion of jobs that could be completed at home, right? So no matter where, we don't know, we're not on this chart here, right? But the proportion of jobs that could be working from home is very high, and this is ranked nationally, right? And this is very important to talking about retail space because 60% of the workforce related spending is in food and beverage. And so the greatest impact to people staying home and not working in the office is in the food and beverage sector. And we see that, right? You see that on the ground. So office alone cannot support this, but we are seeing household growth that is still happening, right? You have more multifamily development that's happening. And so in the next 5 years, really 4 years, you're talking about an additional 1,500 households coming into downtown Durham alone. And that alone could support 190,000 square feet of retail, right? The people that are going to live here and maybe working from home, right? That can support that retail. And there are only about 30,000 under construction, although a lot more planned. Now, kind of repeating some of these highlights is that, you know, about 30,000 of square feet of retail space was vacated and not reabsorbed, meaning no new tenants came in due to the pandemic. There are new retail deliveries, right, of about 30,000 square feet that are currently under construction. So there's quite a bit amount of supply coming online. We feel strongly that the retail recovery is going to parallel return to work. So as people start coming back in, we're going to start seeing that retail space fill up again, given how important workers are to supporting retail downtown. But we do believe, based on the trends we've seen, that there is long-term office resiliency and household growth that combined will likely bolster the retail market. So thinking about DSS Main, you can likely put in a retail space that in the next 5 years, right? This won't be built tomorrow or redeveloped tomorrow, right? It's going to be in the next 5 years, likely be supported as people return to the office and as more multifamily buildings are built. So as part of the public interest, you know, we heard about other space considerations, right? Other uses that could go in. And so that's something that we continue to dig in. I say our process is iterative, right? So as we start working with the architect, we look at it and we say, you know what, we've got this potential for some tinier spaces here. What could go here? What could fit? And then we revisit that market. We did dig into artist space because it's something that we heard a lot from some of the commissioners. And these are kind of smaller spaces, right? Compared to what would be a 1,500 square foot office space lease, you have artist spaces that are looking for kind of these studio range spaces. We're also thinking about things that we're hearing, like a need for an increasing amount of lab space. Is that something that could work in the space if it's demanded? Community meeting space. We know that there's some going into, or quite a bit going into the new library. Is there still excess need for that after that? Classrooms. Is there an educational need in downtown? And could DSS Main meet that demand? So our next steps in this process will be to take all of this market information, right? Everything we've learned, space needs, type of businesses, small businesses, rents, and inform the site and the financial analysis. So the county is currently in the process of engaging an architect to work with us on the site analysis. And we're going to explore the redevelopment of DSS Main with these smaller office spaces, right? With these Class B and C level rents, and seeing if this is the right fit for it. And continue to explore retail and food and beverage space needs and other options, right? All these other space considerations that we're talking about for the ground floor and maybe even the basement, right? So with that being said, I just encourage everyone to go to the county page for DSS Main. I'm going to post this market analysis on that page so everyone can access it and review it at their leisure. So, any questions?
Is that the end of your presentation?
That is, yes. Sorry, okay. Wasn't like a... It's okay. Over. You've got a good market, but it's going to take a while to recover. You'll get there. You need affordable office space. Okay.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. It's a lot of information. So we're going to take a few minutes to commissioners for questions or comments. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. I wonder if we could get back to the full screen and get out of the presentation. Is it possible to go back? Yep. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was keeping it open in case you wanted to see something.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that report, Sarah, and for all of your great work, everybody, and Marcia. First of all, I appreciate the guiding principles, the guiding public interests. How they've been revised. I think you really captured everything from the last time that you came to us And I think that based on the information that you presented to us, I think it's one of those situations where it's what we thought, but you had to do the work to show it. You know, intuitively, I think we all knew that there's really a need for affordable office space, you know, downtown, and, you know, for a lot of our nonprofits and businesses that are getting off the ground. And so I'm glad to see that. And also the information about the retail. And I guess one of my questions is that things have we're now shifting, I think really actually kind of quickly. And with COVID, that things are, you know, we're really just now starting to open up. So I was wondering when you completed this data analysis.
We completed this in April. So on all the slides, we kind of say April 2021. So this was an April 2021.
Okay. Yeah. And I think, you know, to me, one of the takeaways related to the retail and really even the office is that there are actions that we can also take that are going to influence those factors. I don't know if you all were at the DDI summit a few weeks ago, but that was really the message of Bruce Katz, was that, you know, our small businesses are suffering all over this country, especially minority owned businesses, and that we as governments have to take active roles, especially looking at the ARAP funds coming in, and that we have to intervene and support our small businesses and our retail to really try to you know, help that trajectory go where we want it to go. So I think that was an important takeaway for me from that. I think also it's an equity issue, even, you know, when we think about the small office space. I think I guess one of my concerns is—
Commissioner Jacobs, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yes.
I need to find out about the rest of the board to try to keep us on task. If the other commissioners will have questions as well, I need to split the time up.
Okay, I'll be very quick with my question.
Just hang on. Let's see if other commissioners have questions first.
Well, I was just about to ask a question. If I could just finish my question.
Okay.
I guess I'm concerned about us going back out to the community before you move to the next step, and wondering if you have thought about, I guess I would like to hear from the community what kinds of office space they would need, what size, or going out to like the Black Chamber, you know, DDI, and, you know, the Arts Council, just finding out more about what people are looking for. I don't know if there's a role to do a survey to hear, you know, what exactly people need before we start really designing it. And I think, and also related to all the third uses that you talked about, I don't, you know, just those not getting lost in the shuffle, because I think those are really important. And an artist space is really work and retail at the same time.
Right. And I mean, I think, as we said, so our work here was to determine what was needed, space size, right? And all of this is rooted in conversations that we've had and continue to have, right, with all the local organizations, right? At the same time, as I said, this is iterative. The building is constrained, right? There's only so much that can fit into the building in a certain way. And so what we like to do is kind of, we start the work with the architect, and we start to revisit this market analysis. This is not going to, where it is now is not where it ends, right? We go back, we continue one-on-one conversations. But, you know, if I put out a survey and they say, hey, we need a 50,000 square space, that's not useful because we don't have 50,000 square feet to fill, right? And so that's just an example, I apologize. But so the idea here is that as we start learning more about the building, what's possible within the building, we start revisiting. So can we make a studio space work, right? The basement is kind of a cool space. Could it work? Do you need more windows? I then go to the Art Council and I say, what are the additional space needs that you have? We know that they need utilities. So stuff we've already learned around artist space, they need traditional utilities, right? You can't just stick an artist in a cube somewhere and they need water, they need lighting, they need everything that everybody else needs, right? It's not just a random space. So we're learning that. We've learned that as we look at the space, we then revisit it. And so I'll say, this is kind of the survey, the public interest we've done is that what will be most productive, I think, is when we go back once we have a couple of options and have the public reflect then. And yeah, so that's what kind of the process is going. So I agree, we need to refine, and we will once we know the building a bit more.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Burns?
Since we're at time, Sarah, Lord have mercy. Sarah, I know last time.
We've got about 5
I'm not
minutes.
even gonna take it. Every time I email Sarah.
Go ahead.
Every time I email Sarah and Perry, they got enough class to email me back. So I was the word Arts Council, Sarah, you have warned us about, saying what should go in the building and what shouldn't go in the building like 2 times on this call. I want to go back to something that Lisa shared from Downtown Durham Incorporated. And I just want you to know, I appreciate the surveys that you have sent out and how you continue to send them to me so that I can send them to the community so that it can guide this work. So I do see you doing that. I do see that effort. And I don't have a question about that. Lisa told us last week that downtown's office space is about at 88% occupancy, right? They had their Downtown Durham Incorporated meeting. And one of the things that I want to think back to, you pointed out how much B and C space we have. Are we looking, if the survey comes back and tells us that there are people who want to outfit this thing almost into an A space, is that some, because I don't, it's not that I want it to be reflective of the people, but if it comes back when we already know that 88% of the office space is occupied, when we know that there are biopharmaceutical firms that have taken over the WeWork space and some of the other ones, and people are making purchases, I mean, do we then sit back and say, we can't, outfit this thing up to A because we're so limited in the capacity we have? What would be most equitable would be for us to do it like a B or a C. And I don't know if that question makes any sense. Yeah.
I mean, if I understand it correctly,
right.
I mean, the public interests are what is guiding what can
right.
happen here, right? And I have not heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, the overwhelming public interest, which you all have endorsed, is what are the office space needs that are unmet by downtown? And I think today, we see that it's more of this kind of more affordable office space that is needed, right? That that lower occupancy, right? Higher vacancy is more in these higher end class A spaces with high rents. So people are clinging on to those more affordable office spaces. They are clinging on, and that means that they need it. And they know if they lose it, that they can't get it back.
Okay.
And so that's where the public interests are. That's what's going to control what happens here.
I just want to make sure, because I remember the first time you and I talked, we didn't have a great response rate to the first iteration of the survey, right? And so it's gotten better. So we know that. It's just when I think about this survey, when I think about transit, when I think about some of the other plans that we have, we've looked at the big data, we've looked at the analytics, and we've seen that there's a certain segment of individuals who do answer these surveys. And so what I want to, I was taught in grad school, figures don't lie, but people figure. And I just, while I would never want to say, I would never want to bother data. We have enough people that mess up data, and I'll leave it at that. But what I want to do is make sure that if we do get a survey back and we have 90% of the people who say, I want it to be this fancy schmancy, blah, 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 blah. I know you're going to rely on, I went back and looked at what the building could actually have. I would love to see the tabulations for that data set, just to see who actually answered. So if that's something you could share, I'm gonna stop there. And I'll email you anything else that I might have, if that's okay.
Great. And let me clarify, I mean, I think the next time that there is a public engagement, it'll be around options for feasible development plans, right? So you all are going to get to see, here are 4 things that could happen with this building. One of them, continued public ownership, the county holds on to it. Another, you know, Class B, Class B, and office space with this thing. You won't see a Class A option, right? We're not going to look at Class A because it's not in the public interest. So that's not something that is on the menu. And so when it goes to the public, you all are going to have narrowed it down and you're going to say, you know what, we like this educational one and we like the county one. Let's go out to the public and see what they say to these options that we know meet the public interest and that we know are feasible. So there won't be a Class A on the menu based on what we've heard here. There may be a mix of Class A, so maybe there's a way to make Class B work by having, you know, floors added to the building, leasing 2 space floors. I'm making this up now. I just don't want to take everything off the table. But the driver here will be that more kind of affordable office space.
Thank you, Sarah.
No, you're awesome. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So other commissioners, do you have a quick question? Commissioner Carter, you take a couple minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Sarah and Marcia, a really interesting report on the market analysis. My question is related to maybe other uses, sort of what was in the tail end of the report. And in particular, I'm just thinking about, you know, partners, community partners. Did we do any outreach to Durham Public Schools? And the main reason I ask is because I know that they had some interest in the adjoining property to the Fuller building, and we made a decision, you know, very strong need in the community for a family, you know, resource center, one-stop shop. So that is off the table for DPS. But I know Durham Public Schools has a need for a home for the Ignite Academy. I've heard mention of a preschool screening center, multilingual resource center. Anyway, just wondered if they have been part of this conversation.
No, and I'm remembering now that we did talk about this. So that was my failure. But no, I have not spoken to DPS, but now it is like in my brain going, that has to happen like now. So I do apologize, Commissioner Carter, but yes, I will speak to them.
Oh, thank you.
And if there are any other partners, I mean, I think I want to emphasize, if there are any other potential partners that have very specific space needs, you know, I encourage you to send them my way, kind of thing. And we are continuing to kind of evolve that, but just note that, you know, at the end of this, we, like we did with 300 and 500 East Main, we will help the county go out to a solicitation where they will select a developer, right? Or not, you may not go out to solicitation, you may maintain control of it, right? But if you do go out to solicitation, you will have developers that are going to work with specific tenants, right? They are the ones who are going to put the specific tenants in. But if we know ahead of time that there is somebody who could master lease 3 floors, right? That has a benefit to the private development sector. So there's a balance there where we are not trying to program the entire building. So we are not going to say who's going into each office space. That's not our job. It is the developer's job. But we can help the developer by saying, we've got this partner and they'll lease out this much square footage that you don't have to worry about leasing out. And that has a lot of value to it. So that's my tangent. I apologize.
No, thank you. I see what you mean. Thank you. And thank you for reaching out to DPS, our key partner.
So thank goodness for emails that we can continue to have this dialogue with you over email, send you lots of questions. I do want to ask Marcia or Perry if there anything else as we end this conversation, anything else for you?
No, Chair Howerton, we're good. I think you guys have expressed all your concerns and questions, and so we're on to the next steps. So thank you.
Yes, thanks for your feedback.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next conversation, commissioners, is 0281, update on the capital improvement plan process. And that is also a 45-minute item. And the board is requested to receive an update and on the upcoming capital improvement plan refresh. This will be a continuous discussion from the February 23rd Board of County Commissioners budget retreat. The CIP is to be refreshed next fiscal year with a goal of adopting the revised plan by June 30th, 2022. So I believe Claudia Hager, our general manager, will introduce the resource persons to start this discussion. Hi, Claudia.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, we are planning to have a broad conversation. This will be a start of a long discussion in upcoming months about our capital improvement planning. And Monica, if you can advance the slide to the next one. We will be joined by our financial advisor, Mr. Doug Carter with DEC Associates. And I will lead the conversation about what the CIP highlights. However, Keith and Susan may jump in as more detailed questions arise. And so we'll get started with Doug giving some highlights, but before he does, these conversations are a continuation from very broad discussions about our financial guiding principles that we had during the budget retreat. In that discussion, we did include some of the framework that is necessary for planning the CIP process. Those documents, again, were shared in February, and we are going to share a few selected slides from there and then some highlights overall on our CIP plan, and then entertain some board questions. And so, Doug, I'll now pass it off to you.
Thank you, Claudia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Okay, Claudia, you can advance, I think, 2 more slides. All right, let's go 1 more. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for letting me come back. We were here in September, had a very good discussion, and we're going to include some additional items to that discussion. I'm going to give you some statistics. You all know me as a numbers person, and I'm going to give you some statistics that I think guide and inform the cost of government and especially capital needs. So let me just give you a few of those. For 2020, the state of North Carolina had about 10.5 million people in our state, and it's projected by 2050 that it will have 14 million. So an increase essentially of 35% in that 30-year period. The I-85 megalopolis, which runs from Charlotte-Mecklenburg in North Carolina through Durham and into Raleigh-Wake, currently has over 7 million in population and is estimated in 2050 to have more than 11 million in population. The county of Durham in 2020 had 320,000 plus population according to state statistics, and is estimated at about 460,000 in 2050. I'm not sure I believe that number. I personally think it will be more, but that's what the state and the federal government through the census has projected. So significant population increases. When you combine your population estimate of 460 in 2050 with the county of Wake next door, which is more than 1.7 million, you'll be looking at this combined area of well more than 2.1 million. All of that has to inform what happens for you and others in government. Just a few statistics on dollars. Your current debt as of the audited 2020 year is approximately 600 million in total debt. We currently have a new LOBS draw program that was talked about earlier by the manager as a funding source for the high school that was just completed by you guys of 225 million. So a third of currently what you have outstanding in debt, we're looking to draw in the next 2 years or less. And then finally, you have a $1 billion capital program at least adopted from your last CIP, and a considerable portion of that is debt funded, with current estimates of debt service increasing in that 10-year period about 50%. So any way you cut it, financial planning, debt planning, going to be very important for the county and for that matter for the region. So really quickly, and then we'll move on to the better data that's going to come from your staff. Importance of financial policies cannot be overstated. Obviously, we know that financial policies have to operate both operate within both operating and capital budget parts of your operations. It's a goal-setting process. It provides for how to manage cost, how to provide cash flows to meet the county programs, because we don't collect 1/12 of our revenue every month. And it gives a multi-year look. Also from financial policies and their importance, as just I gave you in the statistics, growth can create both positive and challenges for operating and capital policies. There's this balancing act of, do the revenues grow as fast as the need for services? And then how much is our liquidity needs over time? Because as our budget grows, our liquidity needs grow. And then finally, and we talked a good bit on the last program with you guys about importance of highest ratings. Basically, financial policies are really high given that 30% of your rating comes off of your financial policies, nearly a third. And you guys have proven so far you can operate well within times that change. And that's in large measure because you have policies that you maintain and update as needed. Next page, please. And next. You've had long financial planning, and I'm not going to go over every note here. You've heard me, many of you who have been on the board for a long time, you have spanned a number of needed elements inside financial planning. You have multi-year operating projections. You would be surprised at how many of your county partners do not. You have retention policies of fund balance. That's what gives you the liquidity you need to balance revenue collections and expenditure needs. You have separated, I should say, for as long as I've known you, your operating resources and your capital resources. Budget consume your capital budget resources because they're separately designated. You have a comprehensive CIP. You've had long debt policies we'll talk about more in a minute. You've managed to both good and not so good times, and you've had a focus on growth and what happens there. And then what are your history? All the things I mentioned earlier, plus you've used very efficient forms of debt. We'll talk a minute more about that in a minute. And you've recognized that capital investments create oftentimes operating cost. And then the third thing I would say to you, you have focused a very great deal on being first in methods to efficiently manage limited financial resources. Next page, please. So let's talk just a minute about some capital planning elements since we're primarily here on the CIP. Multi-year is essential. You do a 10-year period. I applaud you for that. Many do 5 or 7. Obviously, when you make 10-year projections, the further out the projection curve you get, you wonder about whether the numbers are right or not, but you're using the best numbers you have. And every year or every other year, you fully update that CIP and bring the new numbers into it. You've had a strong emphasis on timing of improvements, matching your resources with timing alternatives. You've used both pay-go monies and borrowed monies, which are strong credits perspectives. And you've targeted improvements that make for operating efficiencies and service delivery. And I see downtown a number of the improvements that y'all have done in county facilities for health and other facilities have done a great deal for operating efficiencies and service delivery to your citizens. You use dedicated only capital resources and affordability modeling together. And real quickly, I've discussed this with you before, but an affordability model takes what you give for your capital expenditures and debt service, and it says, here is what we can pay for out of those revenues. And those revenues take into account both payoff of the debt you currently have, plus the addition of new debt, plus the use of PAYGO funding. And that tells you how much you can afford from what you've presently dedicated to capital. It also says to you, how much more do we have to dedicate if we're to meet our capital priorities that are higher than we currently can afford? So it's a really cool method to model what you can pay for now and what it takes to pay for additional needs. You've had a debt model for a long, long time. And back to some of your other county partners, many have not. So I really applaud you over a long-term perspective in capital and looking not only at the 10-year plan, but in a more full definition, looking at the affordability of what the costs are in individual years. Next page, please. Next, please. Okay, really quickly on identifiers. I just think how you identify that you're a good planner is a really, how do you know that? What tells you that you're good at it? There are a number of things that can provide measurement. And I mentioned to you all in September, and I say it again because I think it is very true and very important to you as elected officials. There is very active engagement inside Durham County on financial planning and policy setting. It isn't a one-time, once a year or every other year. It's active discussion. You have very well qualified and long-term county employees across the board. I've listened to many of them today in their presentations. You have a state-of-the-art budget and you monitor your budget performance. You do not rely on one-time revenues significantly. You have high service delivery, especially in many of the areas that you operate. You've proven that you can survive downturns. We know the ones we're talking about, 2008, COVID, and others. And the county has had a reputation for a long time in its financial planning. There are many others. I'll skip those for now. So what's been the county's history? As I mentioned a minute ago, perpetual updates to elected officials, to you guys, about the plans, the directions, the changes, comparing you to your peers. You'll see more of that as we update the CIP. Being first, as I mentioned earlier, trying to stay ahead of the curve. You also had just planned right, and y'all heard this from me in February, but I'm going to say it again. You did a refunding in February of GO bonds, and it was the lowest interest rate we've ever seen in North Carolina. What an unbelievable interest rate. So timing is also important. And then you've made really good investments in a number of community needs and services that are great not only for your community, but also for business. And those obviously include DPS, Community College, and many others. And then finally, what's been your history and looking at how you identify you're good at financial planning, you have highest credit ratings and you kept them perpetually through 2008, through COVID, and so forth. Next page, please. I'm going to finish with this just to talk a little bit about your debt side. I mentioned earlier I'd talk to you just a little bit more. In order to implement a CIP, which is a planning document, we all know it is that. We identify projects, needs by priorities, in what year we think they will happen. But in the long term, the real cost of the budget comes in when you issue debt and use PAYGO money to pay for these projects. And so your debt policies really undergird the CIP and how you can fund that CIP, how much of it is affordable without adding new resources. You have created new resources in the past as you need them. And in your affordability analysis, you see the match. You constantly revisit the model. you are meeting your AAA credit criteria. And then I'll just finish with this. You have used a funding method that does not overly burden the issuance of fixed rate debt for facilities that are not available to the public. Imagine in a circumstance where you issue 20-year fixed rate debt and you amortize that over a 20-year period. Imagine amortizing that debt before the citizens can use it by the issuance of fixed rate debt. Well, you don't do that. You use a more business-oriented practice. You do draw notes, you fund the construction out of those notes, and then close to the time period that the building is occupied, you issue the long-term debt and begin to pay the principal on that debt. So you've just used some very good methods in your debt planning, and I see that as very valuable as we move forward in a pretty large CIP. Claudia, back to you.
Okay, thank you. And Monica, you can advance to the next slide. I will give some very broad highlights on our current CIP and discuss the framework for updating our CIP. And we can go to the next slide. Some quick highlights about our current CIP. The staff updated the master facility plan back in fiscal year 15-16. There had been periods of refreshes prior to that, but this philosophy started back in 2000. I was actually here at that time. The former county manager, David Thompson, based on his experiences, felt it important that the county had a master facility plan and started with rotations of updating it so that you can see where you need it to be when you actually started to borrow the dollars for the projects. The board received that updated plan in 2015-16 after discussions. The adopted CIP occurred in June 2016. We had another master facility plan update in 2018, and we refined some things. One example that we often point out is that in the 2015-16 master facility plan, it included 17 new EMS stations. And as you can imagine, that would have been quite a task to take on staffing wise, as well as from an infrastructure perspective, would have been quite costly. After further vetting and economies of scale, the board weighed in and felt that we could do this in a strategic way a little differently, and through the GM's discussions and collaborations with the SCIDI on some projects, we scaled that number down to 6 new stations. That consolidation contained cost as well as optimized service delivery. And most important, our citizens have been pleased with some of those decisions. The board, after the facility master plan update and some refined projects, adopted the CIP plan in June 2019. After that adoption, there was a refinement to the plan because Durham Public Schools, they also undertook the task of updating their master facility plan, which was finalized in the fall of 2019. Based on that data, we refined the capital improvement plan further, and we had an update in June 2020. So just wanted to give you some perspective on timelines and timeframes, as well as context, because as Doug mentioned, it is an iterative process in updating the CIP and making sure that you're on top of cost, as well as in front of changes that may occur. Monica, we can go to the next slide. This is small print, but it shows the breadth of the plan. I know y'all have seen this slide before, and you will see it in looking at the plan that is over $1 billion with dollars focused to address needs for our public schools, the community college, for the Museum of Life and Science, as well as in our human services area with our libraries, and then public service areas with our EMS operations and our Sheriff's Department. And within Goal 5 and Goal 4, there are also strategies to address some of the infrastructure that's related to our ERP operations, as well as other critical areas. The focus now, and then you can shift to the next slide, Monica. Monica, you can advance it because it's so tiny. Overall, with our plan, as Doug mentioned, we have a capital improvement plan, but a finance model that was established in 1989 that basically structured how we pay for these new capital projects. The capital finance plan, for instance, in 2021, has about $69 million dedicated to expenses and debt payments that are associated with the plan. Dollars that are, and if you go to the next slide, Monica, that'll be helpful. This chart shows the various categories in which we receive those dollars. We receive dollars from sales taxes, from occupancy taxes. Articles 42 and 40 are dedicated to support the capital improvement plan. And again, that model was established back in 1989. There are also dollars since its original development from other resources that also support the plan expenses. We won't go into all of these little charts and tables, but if you look at the pink area where it says debt service fund, there are dollars transferred into the debt service fund, and that's where we will then cover the expenses associated with the overall debt associated with the capital improvement finance plan. In addition to financing our debt through either LOBs or general obligation bonds or other types of finances, we do pay for projects, pay-as-you-go projects for the county that are for ongoing operations. And this approach is used because oftentimes, well, for counties and for local governments in general, certain types of projects would not have the same type of support if they were general obligation bond type expenses. It would be very unusual for the public to get engaged around doing HVAC systems for a local for the local government. However, when looking at schools, that kind of support would be garnered. So local governments will use a combination of LOBs, limited obligation bonds, or pay-as-you-go, or other practices to cover those types of critical needs that are required to support overall operations. We can go to the next slide. This is another slide that we won't spend much time on, but it will show the type of funding sources or revenues that will be applied for the various debt that we're undertaking. And so there's a portioned amount for from county contributions, from general obligation bonds, limited obligation bonds, bank financing, as well as through our enterprise funds, which cover their expenses for the utilities. Next slide, please. Now, the main purpose for our discussion today is just to talk about the framework for updating the plan. Right now, we are in process of updating our facility needs assessment. As we shared earlier, we did update that assessment a few years ago. Much has happened since that time. And so all of the entities that are funded by the county will need to look at a full-fledged assessment or components within their facility needs to determine if those numbers need to be tweaked. After that assessment, project prioritization and sequencing should occur. And the example I shared with the EMS stations is a good example of once we present it to the board, there may be, although the data and the facts may show that based on population projection, citizens' demands, that we may need projects in particular areas. After prioritizations and conversations, we may decide from a project placement to resequence or prioritize certain projects. Once that process happens, we will then go through a complete and detailed cash flow analysis. This will first happen in-house with staff. And as Doug said, we have the ability to do that rigor, and we project those analysis, trying to make sure that we keep in mind the long-term impact overall to our taxpayers, and making sure projections do not put too much pressure on them. And we also try to make sure from a cash flow projection that the projects are shovel ready so that we don't borrow the dollars prematurely. The next step is a joint conversation between our FA and staff, where we then look at affordability. And although we do that step, it is pressure tested with our FA on that. And then the overall capital improvement plan is vetted and shared with the board, and is officially updated. And Monica, we can go to the next slide. So this is a draft timeline that we're considering for this CIP update. Our goal is to present the updated facility master plan to the board in the August-September timeframe. The facility master plan is under review right now. And so we feel we can bring that to the board in the August-September timeframe. And typically what happens, we present the information to the board, and then there's follow-up over a period of time until we have a final product. In September, we would, or actually before, we would start re-evaluating project placement in the CIP. We would use a shovel readiness checklist, and that's included in the supplemental documents that we shared with the board for this discussion topic today. That was a great focus and emphasis of the last CIP update, and this will help us to determine project sequencing. In October, our goal is to evaluate the cash flow projections, and again, pressure test the timing of projects so we can then review how much and what level of debt we need to take on. We would present the draft CIP to the board in the November, December timeframe. The financial advisor would evaluate it for affordability, debt level, and all the other factors that are reviewed at the local government commission, as well as when we have conversations with rating agencies. And then from the January through February timeframe, we would have additional conversations with the board, and with the hope that we finish this step in February, because if two major things. One, we have a pretty lean staff, and doing a CIP update and an operating budget process becomes quite the undertaking. So we are hopeful by February we can complete the CIP activities and then start refining the operating budget, which typically starts to get into full swing in February. Also, we want to have this completed as soon as possible. So if the board does decide to move forward with a bond referendum, we have time to do all of the public awareness campaigns, as well as we do some market testing to test readiness. And so there are steps that are required to make sure that we're successful when we do have the referendum, because that would be the goal. So again, the goal is to finish it as earlier in the process as possible, with the goal ultimately of if it moves past February, that it would definitely be finalized by June of 22. And so I think this is my last slide, and Monica, yes, it is. And so we can entertain any board questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. So questions from the commissioners? That's it. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Claudia, for that update. And yeah, I think it's really important. You just mentioned the bond, and I would like to see that really integrated into that timeline that you just put out, because this board has committed to doing the 2022 bond in our previous discussions, and especially to help fund the school's needs. So I definitely would want to see on that timeline where would be the time where we would really need to start looking at that, because I came in when I started, I was here for the 2016 bond, and I know that takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
From a lot of different people. And so just want to make sure that that's really part of our timeline, because I know it's a big thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so if you may recall from 2016, I could speak so kindly to that dual process of CIP and operating budget, because that's what happened in 2016. We were in a process of doing both the CIP and the operating budget, and they both finished in June. So with us finishing in February, we can then put in the timelines for all the, I can add this to the bond component as a separate document that would show, well, what are the steps and what are the timelines? But if the board does stay within this framework, it would allow us to meet those targets much easier.
Okay, well, I think it would be helpful if we could get a timeline for the bond and all the different steps, and because that's definitely a big deal too. And the other issue is, I just want to hear from you also about what is the communication coordination that is happening with Durham Public Schools, because I think one of the big changes that this board worked on for the previous several years was getting to the point where we have an integrated CIP with Durham Public Schools, and that was approved. We approved that in June of 2020, and to the point that now this current CIP, more than $275 million of the more than $1 billion in this 2020-29 CIP is for Durham Public School needs. So all of those different things that you listed that need to be done on that timeline, could you talk about how that coordination and communication is going to be done with Durham Public Schools as our partner?
Sure. Well, when we finished up the CIP in 2020, the board had conversations about, as we go forward, that there is the coordination with some coordination with the shovel readiness sort of threshold, as well as timing of review of master facility plan updates. I do know that Durham Public Schools is reviewing their master facility plan to see if tweaks are needed, just as we are doing to projects. We will, once the board finalizes the framework, communicate with Durham Public Schools what that timeline will look like as far as us moving forward. Coordination-wise, overall, we typically kick off the CIP planning process in that August timeframe, and that communication is sent from the budget department to all our partners that are typically funded, and they're given targets as to when that the information is done. And I don't know if that's giving you some of the framework that you're talking about. I think when looking at lessons learned from before, there was a timing issue the last time with the Durham Public Schools facility and master plan update. And so it sounds as though, since they are revisiting some of the projects that are in there, we may be ahead of schedule, or at least we'll land at the same time as we do the CIP refresh this time, with our goal of trying to at least presenting a draft plan to the board in that November timeline. The larger projects, I am sure they can refresh and tweak before that period, and we be on a timeline that's consistent.
Claudia, while we have Doug on and going to the heart of Commissioner Jacobs' question, Doug, are you still listening? Turn your camera on. I do want us to essentially be reminded that the timing of bond referenda and everything else obviously hinges upon, not just capacity, but also on, what kind of job we are doing in respect to the previous referendum. You mentioned the 2016 referenda. If I was to essentially ask staff to convey what we have left remaining from that referenda, understanding that there are in fact obligations from the local government commission that we have to adhere to. I'd be interested in making sure that you understand that those obligations haven't gone away. What do we have left remaining on the 16 bond at this time, Claudia?
Wendell, hold on one second. Let me. And if Susan,
Claudia,
you got it?
It's in the $40 million range. I'm having to look it up right now. I'll let you know in just a minute.
All right.
And while Keith is essentially looking that up, Madam Chair, Doug, if you could just talk about very briefly some of the challenges that we have faced in respect to the timing of the expenditure of those funds and what it means in the broader context of, what we have to hear from the local government commission, and just as importantly, our ability to go back for additional borrowings.
Clearly. Thank you, Wendell. Basically, when we vote bonds in North Carolina, there is a 7-year time period in which you must issue those bonds. And in at least one occasion, the county has had to ask the local government commission for an extension. The largest extension that you can make on that is 3 years. So the absolute end of the process, even with an LGC approval, is 10 years. Now, I certainly wouldn't recommend that every time we have a bond issue, we ask for a 3-year extension, because it just seems from a planning perspective that we need to say in that 7-year time period, we're going to use those bonds. Is that what you were referring to, Mr. Manager?
It was.
I want to jump in if I could.
Susan, to add to that, I just wanted to add to that. So the last extension was with the 2007 referendum. So if we go back and ask for an extension for the next issuance, which was 2016, it would not look favorably upon the county.
Susan, what does that mean that it won't look good? What would happen?
Well, it's
I see you.
Yeah, the LGC would question how our process is, our planning. Are we planning adequately? Are we projecting our cash flows adequately? Why are we not being able to adhere to what we've requested that we need within the time frame that is allowed?
And what would that cause us?
Well, Doug, maybe you can help me out here. All I can say is that the LGC would not find that favorable. Rating agencies would not find that favorable. It could have an impact on our AAA rating.
Right. I would say this, Susan, to add, the real issue is when you ask voters to vote bonds, the longer you get away from the time you ask them to vote the bonds is the recognition of what they voted for, what was expected to be delivered for them. That's why the initial 7 years was envisioned in the statute. It was to show that you had your timing worked out and that citizens voted on something and saw it come to fruition in an acceptable time frame. And so that's one of the big issues, is to make sure that the vote doesn't get too far away from what was voted on.
Okay, Commissioner Burns, I saw your hand.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my mic goes Darth Vader sometimes. Douglas Carter, you are officially my best friend today. I don't know you, but I am intrigued at how learned my colleagues get when we are in these meetings, but when they talk to the media, they are not as learned. But you have proven a point for me today. So help me understand this, Claudia, Susan, Keith, Doug, my team of experts, now that I have you all on the line. So what I heard, because I will be communicating this to the public. Now, this is what I heard the four of you say. Drive down my street. So, Doug, you made some points and said our CIP plan, we've done some good things because we plan ahead. We do 10 years instead of 5. There's a reason why, like if we plan for this building, then the citizens can use those services. So then we don't interrupt the services over here. That's why we don't build everything the same. Hey, thank you. People can't see it at home, but everyone, Mr. Carter is shaking his head. Wonderful. And so that is the whole point of kind of sort of having one of these plans so that we don't disrupt public services, so that we can plan accordingly, so that we can stay in good fiscal shape. Great. Okay, so then we have a conversation about who doesn't actually always do their facilities plan, their CIP plan. Thank you to Superintendent Mubinga for coming in at the time that you did and trying to get some of this stuff done. But a colleague of mine said a second ago that we were going to try to merge those as of last June. Now, I've looked back. I don't need anybody to log their head. We have not, as of the past couple of years, from my understanding, there has been no multi-year collaboration. Nobody nod your head, it might get you fired. But there has been no multi-year collaboration. I mean, that's what happens in Durham with this board. So there's been no multi-year collaboration between us and the school board. And I say that to say now, Mr. Carter, you brought up a second ago that we have asked for an extension at least once. But I have, based on some things that some of my colleagues, as well as some of the folks in the school board said in the newspaper in the past couple of weeks, I've been doing my own little independent investigation so that I can make my residents feel comfortable about how we move money. It is my understanding that we have actually asked for more than one extension. Who on staff, not on the board, who on staff can answer? Have we had to ask for more than one extension because the school board did not use their bond money? Is that a yes or a no? Who got it? Mr. Manager, have they had to ask for more? No, because look, at this point, we just got to tell the truth and shame the devil. So have we asked for more than one extension?
The simple answer to that is yes, but I think—
And it's been 3, correct?
I think that is correct. If you—
Okay, I didn't want to ask you, Mr. Manager. I know how they treat you. I was trying to get Susan and Keith, but I don't want them to get in no more trouble either.
Well,
but it's been 3.
But I think we have to go back to the 07 bonds in terms of that time frame that I think it, Susan, you can remind me, but I think it took us probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 to 12 years before we actually ended up expending those funds for the 7 bonds. She's probably verifying that now.
But the local government council did get on us and ding us at least once, correct? Or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that was all I needed. I needed that. I needed to know that, because again, if we don't ask, the story will continue to be told that, somebody, we got an email this weekend, Commissioner Howerton. I'm gonna follow up everything that I just said with a very long email to everybody. I wanna just point out that somebody said, why is it that the county is constantly building things? Why is the city constantly building things? I'm actually happy that, there are things that we can all partner on, but the county and the city have planned, and we have not seen that type of planning come out of the school board. That's not a critique of the school board. They just haven't done that type of planning, which is the reason why we're partnering with them now. If we go back to an earlier conversation that we had when we were talking about the last superintendent before Mubinga wanted to do $57 million in repairs. Mubinga got here, Superintendent Mubinga got here and said, there's no reason to do $57 million on this school. Let's just go ahead and build a new one. The exact same board, because that was the same board where that decision was made, right? So what I'm saying, and I want the public to understand, is we have got to get this planning under control on all 3 boards of government. Not just the county, not just the city, but the school board. I will be sending an email later today. I'm gonna go ahead and tell all of you all, there was funding for a lot of these repairs. And when some folks on here were called via the media, as well as folks on the school board, we pretended like that funding was not there and that funding was not provided. That storyline ends today. So I'm going to stop there, Commissioner Howerton. Again, Mr. Carter, Claudia, Susan, Mr. Manager, thank you for taking this time. I'll follow back up with my email to all of you all to get further clarification on it. Thank you.
Commissioners, this is Keith Lane and Claudia, Mr. Manager, to answer your question. There's currently $49.5 million unspent from the 2016 GEO bonds. Most of that is in Durham Public Schools because they had the majority of the funds to begin with, but there's also unspent funds in some museum projects and just a tiny bit left in the main library project. But
Keith, if I could, I'd love to get that breakdown before close of business today. Thank you.
You would like a breakdown of all the projects, Commissioner?
No, of that $49 million that's left over.
By project?
Yes.
Or by group? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Doug Carter for presenting on the sort of financial policies, and I always learn something every time Doug comes. And thank you, Claudia, for the update as well, and for the material that you sent last night. I haven't had a chance really to digest that fully, but I am glad to have it, and it was good to see it today for the presentation. I have a few questions. I also just want to make a comment or two. The tension is palpable in this like virtual room, and I just wish with all my heart that the partnership with Durham Public Schools didn't feel so antagonistic around facility needs.
Who's tense, Mrs.
I think
Commissioner
part
Carter?
of that.
I just want to know who's tense. I was just wondering because I don't.
Commissioner Burns, I think you interrupted me.
I apologize. I was just wondering. It was just a question. I apologize.
I feel quite a bit of tension. I doubt I'm the only one.
I think you are.
Could I please just have the floor while it's my turn? So one thing I also wanted to say about the timing of the expenditure of the funds is I think it would be good to have DPS here if we're going to be critical of the efficiency and the timing, et cetera, of their planning and of their expenditures of the funds. I know for a fact that facility needs assessments and master planning for Durham Public Schools facilities has been happening since DPI started requiring it. I mean, they have to submit those plans to the Department of Public Instruction. So this is not a new thing that just started with Dr. Mabenga. And as far as the 2016 bond goes, my memory can be faulty, but I swear I think the majority of those unspent funds are for Northern High School, which of course there's not enough to construct the Northern High School. And so some of it is going to have to carry over and mesh up with the 2022 bond. So I don't know, there's all sorts of reasons why these things happen, both for county projects and, school projects and city projects. And I just think that to have a full conversation about it, it would be fair to have all parties present if we're going to get into what feels kind of like finger pointing. And then I have a question or two, if I could. I'm wondering, and this is just something I haven't understood, if we have any financial policies that guide when we use limited obligation bonds versus general obligation bonds.
Okay, let me make sure I'm understanding your question. And Doug, you can definitely jump in. Yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand the question too.
Well, sometimes for our debt services, we use limited obligation bonds, right? And sometimes we use general obligation bonds. And I just don't understand and wondered if there is some sort of policy guidance on when is it best practice to use one over the other, that kind of thing.
Claudia, you want me to take that one?
You can take that one, please.
Commissioner, it's pretty common practice, regardless of whether it's city or county, that certain functions, for lack of a better term, are generally voted. They tend to be more basic public services, easier to understand, happen frequently, like schools as an example. And then there's others, many of them economic development oriented, or things that occur more rapidly or are more one time in nature, that are done with limited obligation bonds because they are not voted. Your policies with respect to how you issue the specific bonds, whether they're GOs or LOBs, are similar. So I would say that the county has used pretty consistent frameworks of how it has selected kinds of things for GO and how it has selected certain functions for LOBs. Now, I will say in recent days, because some projects do get moved and rethought, Northern High School is an example, we're using LOBs together with GOs to affect the completion of certain projects.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Commissioner Carter, if I could step in just a second.
Sure.
Another relatively simple reason you make a choice between general obligation bonds and LOBs is general obligation bonds, particularly for AAA counties, are going to get you the lowest interest rates possible. So you prefer to put as much on a general obligation bond as possible as you can, if the planning is right, and if those projects you feel you're confident as commissioners that they would get approved by citizens, as you heard Doug say. So as a general rule, the lowest interest rate you're going to get is a general obligation bond, because you're backing up that bond with the promise that the commissioners would raise the tax rate however high necessary to pay that debt. And that makes the people buying said bonds more comfortable, ergo you pay a lower interest rate.
Okay, and I have one other quick comment. The challenge came for local governments when the General Assembly changed the statutes and limited the time periods in which you can have GO bond referendums. When that action happened, and it had to occur when it was a general election where everyone voted, that put up some challenges for communities. And so, and I'm saying this without talking to Doug, but I imagine some communities that probably in the past would not have necessarily used limited obligation bonds for like school projects have considered it because of timing of sequencing of their projects and timing of when they could do a vote. And so that was our commitment in 2016, when we knew at that time we could not, based on the level of debt we had, bring forth a GO bond was at the level that everybody desired, that we would look at optimizing our capacity with limited obligation bonds to still move projects forward. And we've done that in a major way over the past few years. So I just wanted to connect that dot as well. And because we are well managed, we've had very favorable rates with our limited obligation bond.
Claudia, can I just add to that too? Because I certainly hear what Keith is saying about bonds and spreads on interest rates. But over time, for high quality credits like Durham, there's become less and less concern about what type of debt you use. And those spreads have narrowed so close that essentially we can use both forms of debt efficiently without incurring a whole lot of extra cost. It makes the process work better.
Thanks. Those are all helpful points. Another thing I'm wondering is there a total like legal debt limit that counties can absorb or take on, or, you know, just legally? I know it might not line up with financially what would be recommended necessarily, but just wondering if there is a legal limit set by the state.
We have tremendous capacity. We can afford a tremendous amount of debt. The question has become, or is, and Doug will weigh in on this, whether or not we can afford to effectively service the debt. And therein becomes the key. You heard back earlier in the year that we're a AAA, yes, but we're a managed AAA. One of the drawbacks in respect to our ability to be compared as, you know, one of those absolute top tier type AAAs is the fact that we do have so much debt that we've got to service that debt down. And that, in combination with essentially our median family incomes, are two critical factors that we consistently have to manage around. Doug will tell you that we have tremendous amounts of debt capacity, but how do we have the ability to raise our taxes to a level, understanding that we are one of the more higher taxed jurisdictions in the state, to effectively take on more debt?
Yeah, thank you so much for that important point. So what is the total debt limit then legally?
Doug, you're muted.
Is it some percentage of, I don't know, I'll ask.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Commissioner, it's 8% of your assessed value. You can have 8% of your assessed value in debt.
And Commissioner Carter, for future reference, on page 81 of the CAFR, it explicitly spells that out. Actually, it's on the debt service page in the budget document. Look for that number upcoming, but I think right now, based off the last CAFR, it's $3.52 billion of debt. That's with a B. 8% of assessed value.
And does that include all debt, GO bonded debt, LOBs, revenue bonds, pay as you go, all debt?
It's tax supported debt. It excludes enterprises, revenue bonds, so it's tax supported debt.
And it's
essentially general government
property. That's correct. And also, there's the legal debt margin is a schedule on page 210 of the FY20 CAFR, and it shows you for the last 10 fiscal years.
Okay, thanks. I'll take a look at that. And one final question is, I did notice in our financial policies that we talk about, how important it is to efficiently allocate resources and integrate planning with Durham Public Schools, and it mentions the development of a memorandum of understanding or agreement around the joint capital planning for our needs, the county's needs, DPS's needs. Are we doing that? Are we taking that formal step as we try to find ways to do this better? Working together with our partners.
We work fine with the school superintendent and his staff in this space in terms of trying to plan. But again, you know, that memorandum of understanding has a whole host of things in there. And most oftentimes, that memorandum of understanding in terms of sort of the collaboration at board level, school board level, is perhaps where we need to spend some additional time in terms of addressing and understanding those issues associated with accountability as it relates to what we say we desire in that memorandum of understanding. And it's been some time since the two boards have visited that memorandum.
Oh, I thought that was just sort of a general memorandum of understanding. That's the one then? I thought this was I thought this memorandum of understanding might be one that was specific to the development and coordination of the county's capital improvement plan. And it would address, you know, the plan for required capital improvements and debt issuance schedules. I was just looking at the capital improvement plan and fixed assets policy in our budget book and wondered if we were doing, you know, that specifically for capital needs, because I think it might be a good idea if we're not.
Let me just say this. I've been here for 21 years now with the county. We have done work with the schools, obviously, each of those years on both their current expense budget as well as whatever was there for capital in school construction and maintenance. I don't recall in my 21 years us receiving a comprehensive overall analysis facility master plan, much like we do in the county. What has happened over the years, for the most part, is the schools have provided us with capital needs during the budget submission process. But up until Dr. Mubinga arrived and conducted that facility master planning process, I don't ever recall seeing that comprehensive of a study being done, and then for us to sit the way that we did last year and subsequently work through that facility master planning process in order to utilize it as I said in my letter a week or so ago, in order to utilize it as a blueprint in order to build out a capital planning, a long-term capital planning strategy for the schools.
Okay, I'm still unclear about the MOU, but we can discuss it later. I guess my question will be, might it be a good idea to have a specific MOU with the schools regarding capital planning, you know, specifically, in addition to the more generalized one that we have that does reference regular bond referenda for capital needs, but it doesn't really go into any level of specificity?
I think that we could actually achieve it within the context of the MOU that we currently have.
And Commissioner Carter, I thought you were on that committee to revisit that with school board member Lewis. You're not on that committee with her. I'll check back with the chair of the school board because
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
The MOU is supposed to have been updated, and I know that the chair and I had a conversation of the school board about school board members and commissioners coming together to update that. And I thought that I had asked you to do that. Maybe I didn't. We'll talk about it later.
No, but I think it's a great idea. Thanks for your really good foresight there, Brenda. I think it's a good idea, but I don't think we've talked about it yet.
I'll check with her to see where that is. Commissioner Alam, do you have some questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair Howard, and thank you, Claudia, Doug, Keith, Mr. Manager, for your presentation. I had two questions. The first one is, Keith, you had mentioned this at our budget retreat, but if you could just remind me, what is our current county tax rate? And if you have it off the top of your head, or if you can share with us later, like where does that put us, our tax rate, like across the state in comparison to other municipalities?
Our current tax rate is 71.22 cents. And a portion of that 71.22 cents, 8.61 cents is dedicated to pay for annual debt service payments that support school debt service payments, our own building debt service related payments, and things of that nature. This is the debt we've already issued. So we have a tax rate of 71.22 cents in total for Durham County residents. Where does that put us? I know I have a graph. It puts us a little lower than some, not quite as low as some others. We are not as low as Wake County, as some of our surrounding counties, but we are lower than some others. We are not the highest tax rate in the county, but I would say in the state, but I would say we're top third in the state in terms of a tax rate. It depends on whether you're talking about a city tax rate or a county tax rate, but we're not the highest for sure. If you need more specific data about where we are in relation to every other county, please let me know and we'll try to track that information down for you and show you.
Commissioner, we can get that information to the board, especially as we start budget deliberation. So we'll get that at least by next week.
Thank you. And thank you, Claudia, and thank you, Keith. I had one more question. It was just regarding the bond rating. Is there also any sort of analysis that the county has done, or if bond rating agency has done, around the significance of a AAA bond rating in comparison to other municipalities that may have different various levels of ratings, and how that impacts our, like, showing what that capability has given us in comparison to like a BAA rating?
Go ahead, Doug. You want me to do that one?
Yes, go ahead and do that.
Okay. That is a very good question, and one that's asked a lot. And so I would say this to you. A AAA credit rating gives you the lowest cost of debt, which is important as you have a goodly amount of debt and are going to issue more debt into the future. But in my opinion, almost more than the saved cost is the access to the market. Even during COVID, which was not nearly as large a problem in financial markets as 2008, the Great Recession, BAA credits had enormous problems accessing the markets at all, and certainly at high interest rates. So the real value of the AAA is, I think, threefold. One, lower cost. Two, greater access to markets, especially in bad times. And three, paints the county as a well-managed, financially and otherwise, and therefore a great place for people to come and locate, whether that's a business or whether that's a citizen. So to me, those are the top threes to go high on the credit rating. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and to add to that, so the January debt issuance that we just did, Durham County received the lowest all-in interest rate on LGC's records in the history of Durham, of North Carolina. So that speaks a lot to our market, marketable. I mean, it's just awesome. It wasn't Wake, it wasn't Mecklenburg, it was Durham County.
And Susan and Doug, there is one other, I think, important factor, Commissioner Alum, and I think that we can certainly add to that to sort of overly simplify what it meant in a broader context, and Doug hit right on it. Back during the big dip last year, there, and Susan will tell you this as well, there were jurisdictions in the state that were considerably larger than we were, who had a desire to issue large sums of debt, but subsequently were not given the ability or capacity to do so by virtue of the fact that that access to market issue that Doug talked about wasn't in fact there for them. And so it's not just a matter of enjoying the AAA, but say for example, like Commissioner Jacobs brought up earlier about, the issuance in 2022. And let's just say hypothetically, we wanted to go to the market and get $100 million. Well, during bad times, we may not be able to get that $100 million. The markets may basically say, we're going to only allow you access to 40 of the 100, which in essence means that you can't get your projects done and you can't get things completed. We have been fortunate to the extent that we managed towards and around that in a way that we have not lost that ability. And so that's one of the sort of overly simplified example, but and Doug and Susan can certainly weigh in, but that effectively what happens, particularly during bad times. And I would remind you, well, you may be hearing this for the first time, that during the downturn just prior to 2008, we were in the throes of trying to get a new human services complex done and a new courthouse done simultaneously, and had been placed under some pressures from the administrative office of the courts to get that courthouse done. And the economy went south in a real bad way. And those were two very large projects, and we were able to get both those projects done simultaneously when there was probably about an 8-year struggle prior to that in the planning process that those projects being done simultaneously was just unthinkable. One of them came in, I think, on the initial estimates at around 130 some odd million. By virtue of the fact that it was a downturn in the economy, we ended up doing the project for 72 million. The other project was over 100 plus million. We ended up doing that for somewhere, I think, in the 70s. But long story short, we were still able to access the market in order to get those funds, even though the economy was extremely bad. And in the process, we saved a lot of money as a result of being in a recessed economy. And so, we have to manage around these things consistently in that fashion in order to make sure that we are being as efficient as we can in respect to the expenditures, and just as importantly, saving the taxpayers as much money as we can as a result of these processes.
Mr. Manager, really quickly, the example of this, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, it's okay.
Just to confirm what the manager said, because his memory is very good, the last draw note program we did for logs last year was in the middle of the COVID meltdown. And we wanted X amount, but because banks were so worried about their capacity to lend, their profitability, all of those issues, we could only get a portion of that. And that was all disclosed to you all on the board at that time. And we said, look, we're going to get what we can get, the price we can pay, but the minute we can get the rest of it at a lower cost, we're going to do it. We just closed. We started, I believe, Susan, with 75 million. We just closed at 225 million, took out our 75 million, and are paying a much lower cost for all of that. All of that is by virtue of how you're perceived as a credit entity.
Yes, and with this financing, we also, because of our credibility, Durham County's, this deal has no non-usage fees, which means if we spend slower than we anticipated, we're not paying any fees for the additional debt borrowings, which is, again, excellent. There again, it goes to Durham County's credibility.
Thank you.
So just to, let me just follow up on what Doug just said just a minute, Commissioner Long. If you break it down into dollars and cents, if we did not have a AAA rating, you said, what, $70 million, what would that equate to as far as interest?
15 or 20% more interest cost. Unfortunately, I don't have my calculator to make up, but it's a double-digit lowering.
Okay.
Percentage lowering.
Thanks. Commissioner Lum?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that background and the information, everyone. Yeah, just to follow up to if it's possible for staff to kind of if it's available, a comparison of like us next to, you know, different municipalities of similar size and similar budget sizes. That would be really helpful, and different ratings.
Yeah, because one of the things that we're hearing from people in the community is that we don't need a AAA bond rating. You know, what good is it? So we need to be able to explain to people, what does that mean? If they think it doesn't matter that we don't have the AAA bond rating, how do we explain that it does?
We had a conversation recently, and there are over 3,000 counties in the country, and there are less than 100 counties that have the AAA rating. We can bring some more details to surround that, but that is some context the way North Carolina is structured. We have more than many other states, but less than 100 and 3,000 counties is something to keep in perspective. Exactly. I've also, worked in places where it didn't have, and this was in higher ed, where some schools had varying levels of credit worthiness, and it often meant the difference of being able to do a project or not when comparing because of the perception of their ability to pay. So we will bring additional information because those are good questions. And so oftentimes residents may assume that other places are similar, but from a market competitiveness, even with businesses coming into a community, to know they're in a community where they have a AAA makes it probably more comfortable for them, because if crises arise, they know they're at a place that it can be handled because they will be able to get the financing to back it up. But again, we'll bring more documentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Commissioner Burns' hand.
Yes, ma'am. This will be really, it'll be really quick.
Yeah, we've gone over time
way
here.
Over.
So yeah, way over. So, but I thought that this was a good conversation, and I didn't want to stop it. So let's.
So I
did questions. Go ahead.
I did jot down a couple of things, but I think what is most important is decorum. A couple of weeks ago, Commissioner Jacobs interrupted me, and I went to her and I told her I didn't appreciate it, and she apologized. And I thanked her for that. And I told her I would set the standard that I would not interrupt people. And I interrupted Commissioner Carter a couple of minutes ago. So I would like to apologize, because when I set a standard, I try to meet it. I don't know about everybody else. So I'm publicly apologizing to Commissioner Carter for interrupting her a second ago. I did want to also throw out, as I seek to meet standards, in the first sentence of DAE's endorsement, they say that they endorsed me because of my budgeting and oversight powers. I will meet that standard for this board every day. I'm applauded when I read a resolution passionately. I'm applauded when I make a speech passionately, but when I ask questions passionately, I'm dissuaded. I want everyone on this board to know that is my voice. Last week, our board was attacked. Nobody defended it. Our staff was attacked on this issue. Nobody defended it. This is my team. I will not apologize for defending the board members nor this staff. I will never apologize for that, especially when I know that this board, before Commissioner Lom and I got here, gave the funding that was needed for certain projects. I've also worked to be an aggressive team builder with school board members, and I have met with many of them who are new, just like I am, are unfamiliar with things that happened on last year. And we have worked our behinds off these past couple of months to do our research, and we have found that the funding is indeed there. So why, when parents and teachers and students have these questions that they submit to us via email, or for the majority of the students in Durham Public Schools look like me. The parents that come to me look like me. So when they hear a narrative and they come to me and they say, Ms. Burns, is this true? If we have people on this call who have elevated what the truth is, why would we not highlight that so that we can relieve a little bit of the pressure that these parents, teachers, and students have? So again, I apologize to Commissioner Carter. I will be sending the rest of my questions via email as well as a statement around this funding. And I will continue to defend this board and this staff against the misinformation campaign that has been lodged against us in underfunding. If we ever underfund, I invite people to come after us. I invite it. I want our students to have everything. Everything. And if we get calls from the community or the media and we purposefully do not give correct answers, then I think that the public has a right to know because they are under enough pressure.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. I'd just like to say that, you know, core values and high performance, as the Board of County Commissioners and for the school board, our children are watching. Our children are watching and listening. I just had a couple of conversations with students from NCCU, and they said they were embarrassed. That is painful to listen to. The school board and the county commissioners can sit down and have a conversation. That's what we're supposed to do as professionals. And for our children to see the behavior that in the paper or on this board, it is painful to watch. It is painful to hear. So I don't want to see us all up in the paper bashing the school board or the school board bashing us. Because when we ran and asked people to vote for us, we said we care about the children. We say we care about the teachers. So there's no reason for us to publicly bash one another. Professionals don't do that. And it's this kind of behavior we want to teach our children to do because they're watching. So I'm asking the county commissioners and the school board, the ones that feel they have to go out publicly and bash us, please stop it. Please be willing to have a conversation. The core values that we talk about in this community, let's show that we have the core values. Please. I'll get off my rant. Commissioner Jacobs, and then a quick question, and then we must move on.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to some of the questions about understanding some of the issues around the bond rating and our general fund balance, some of just the general policies that we have, because I think it's important to remember that these are policies that have pros and cons, and they have implications in the choices that we make. And so, I mean, just knowing things like that, our current debt is about $1 billion, but we do officially have the capacity to go over $3 billion, that our fund balance is currently about 35% general fund balance, which is about a third of our revenues, that we basically set aside that money. But according to local government commission, we could have a lot smaller fund balance. And these are decisions that impact our community. And I think we need to be fully informed. So I would like to hear in the future, especially as we go into the budget, if we did have a AA bond rating, just understanding more about, understanding benchmarking with other counties, because if we have more money to spend on the community, we are also, if we're using more of our revenues to spend in the community, excuse me, I'm just going to finish.
I'm going to give you one more minute to finish.
Okay, that's fine. So we would have more money to address the tremendous needs that we have. So again, this is a policy issue, and I would like to know more about the pros and cons related to our bond rating and our fund balance as we make our decisions about the budget. Thank you so much.
Staff, can you get back to her on that? Because we are way over time.
Madam Chair, what we will do is we'll invite Doug back for one of the sessions during budget deliberations to talk specifically about this issue in particular that's been raised.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doug and Claudia. We need to move on. There is a conversation. Next one is, it's a 20-minute conversation, and then we'll take a break. Update on the World University Games. This is an update on the Triangle bid for the 2027 World University Games from the chair of the North Carolina Bid Committee, Andy Miracle, Economic Development Officer, and Hill Carroll, the chair of the North Carolina Bid Committee, will have this conversation.
Commissioners, good morning. I'm trying to share my screen here. Okie doke. All right. All right, commissioners, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. Andrew Miracle, Durham County Economic Development. Today we're going to receive an update on the Triangle's bid for the 2027 World University Games from the chair of the North Carolina Bid Committee, Hill Carroll. This is an informational presentation, and the NCBC is looking for general expressions of support at this point. While there will be costs associated with this type of project, it is too early to know how the breakdown would occur amongst the many funding sources. Staff believe the best approach is to engage and learn as much as possible as information comes together over time prior to considering any commitments. Lastly, at the conclusion of this presentation, we will email you a copy of the PowerPoint for your records. And with that, I will turn it over to Hill Carroll, chair of the North Carolina Bid Committee.
Andy, thank you so much. Madam Chairman, commissioners, county manager, and staff. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I'm only going to speak on some talking points for just a few minutes, and then we'll show the, it's just a slide or two. It's not a whole PowerPoint presentation. It's just a slide or two that will illustrate the possibilities for where the World University Games could be staged in and around Durham and Durham County. And then I'll open up for questions. But I'm here today to tell you about a very, very exciting opportunity for the Triangle. The World University Games is the premier competition, Olympic style competition among university and collegiate athletes from around the world. We've actually had many athletes and coaches in the Triangle participate and compete in these games, including Coach Krzyzewski, among others. Roy Williams has coached in the games. A number of the basketball athletes and swimmers and others from here among our Triangle universities as well, and North Carolina Central too. So it's one that's been long-standing. It's actually had its 60th anniversary in 2019 in the event in Naples. The reason you haven't heard about it that much is because it's an event that has mostly been staged in other areas of the world. It's only been in the United States one time in Buffalo, New York in 1993. And we're talking about the summer games. The World University Games, actually, there are 2 games staged every other year in the odd year. There's a winter World University Games, and there is a summer World University Games. And so that's been going on since the 1950s, and a very exciting project for us here in the area. one that would involve the entire region, not just Durham County, but also Orange County and Wake County as well, and multiple facilities that would cut across publicly owned facilities by municipalities and counties, but also, and our public universities, but also private universities, privately owned facilities as well. So a big undertaking, but not one that is really beyond our reach. We have great history here in the area. In 1987, we held what was then considered kind of America's Olympic Games, the U.S. Olympic Festival. For those of you who go back that far, it was a big success. It remains the largest event ever done in North Carolina with 464,000 people attending. And that was followed up in 1999. It sounds like it was just shortly before the county manager came on board here. With the World Special Olympic Games that was also held entirely across the region, and both of which got national and international press and television coverage. The U.S. Olympic Festival was just for U.S. athletes. The World Special Olympic Games in 1999, athletes came from all over the world, and those are athletes with various mental disabilities and all. For those of you who are familiar with Special O, which is a big enterprise here in our region on an annual basis. So this kind of builds off our interest in this, builds off those two events, plus the fact that the Triangle has continued to expand and enhance itself, both in terms of facilities as well as our universities. Our municipalities have grown, our whole area has grown, our airport has expanded, a lot of our infrastructure has improved. If we should land this event, by the way, we're talking an event in 2027. But the reason we're on your doorstep is because we've actually achieved a major milestone with it. We actually have been designated after 3 years of work as the U.S. candidate city to contend an international competition for these games. So you can basically say we're Team USA on the bid. So that's quite an achievement. No city in North Carolina has ever been designated to contend for this level of global event before, and been named a candidate city to compete internationally. So that's a very exciting news and quite an achievement for our area, and should stand for a lot. And as you know, you're in depth on the community itself, and you know our capabilities. We definitely have what it takes, I think, to land this. So the reason I'm on your doorstep is because we are in the international phase of the competition now. It is expected to last for approximately 1 year. It's currently projected that they would announce the 2027 host city about a year from now, late spring of 22. I just checked with the committee recently that kind of governs this, and they said, as far as I know, things are still on track for that. Let me tell you a little bit about the governance of the games. The games themselves are under an international governing body called the International University Sport Federation. It goes by the acronym FISU. They're based in Lausanne, Switzerland, which is basically the world headquarters for just about every international sport governing body associated with Olympic sports. And they have a U.S. committee, very similar to the way the International Olympic Committee has the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee as its member organization here in the United States. And it's called the USF, the U.S. International University Sport Federation. It's the chief staff person is a woman named Delise O'Mealy, who is a longtime NCAA executive. She's based in Orlando. And the president of the organization is a gentleman named Dan Guerrero, recently retired about within the last year from UCLA, where he's a long-time Division I athletic director. He's very familiar with our area and very familiar with our universities from being at a Division I level and having his teams compete against ours. He's also good friends with many of our athletic directors and athletic collegiate officials here in the area. such as Kevin White at Duke, Bubba Cunningham at North Carolina, really all our athletic directors here in the area, Ingrid and others. And so he's also a former World University Games athlete. He still does projects for USA Baseball because he was a baseball athlete representing the U.S. He competed in the World University Games himself. And he's a really good leader to work with and is very high on us as America's bid city. We are told that our main competition internationally may be from South Korea at this point. There could be others that arise during the course of the process. But it's one that brings tremendous international viewership, and it also gets lots of media attention as well. We're projecting, you've seen some of these numbers in your packet, but somewhere in the order of about 1,500 members of the national and international press. It gets hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide. And it delivers, probably most importantly, a really nice economic impact on an area which has conservatively been documented to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $150 million. And so it's the kind of event that I think we can be very excited about, very proud to be behind, and certainly have the capabilities to host and do a great job on it. The slides, I'll now kind of go to the slides. There's two there that you can, the first one really talks about some of the venues that would use a lot of Duke and North Carolina Central University venues. And then if you slip to the other slide there, Andy, I think you have the presentation under your wing. Yeah, there you go. That one right there. Okay. You can see that we're talking about municipal facilities, Durham County Stadium under your purview, and possible housing for some of the international officials who come in on Duke's East Campus. I know the Durham Sports Commission is working hard on a future facility, so we certainly want this event to showcase our finest facilities. And I've told Marcus, and Marcus, by the way, used to work with Dan Guerrero, the president of the USI-USF, so he knows it well. And but we've told the Durham Sports Commission that obviously we want to showcase our finest facilities by the time this event comes, should we land it, and that would be one. And then even though Durham Tech is the only college and university here in the Triangle that doesn't have athletic facilities yet, the president told me they might be working on some, but the short of it is this event also comes with cultural and educational components that they want you to do for these visitors from all over the world and these athletes from around 150 countries. So we've talked to Durham Tech about hosting some of the cultural and educational events on their campus. Again, you know, this is an event for university athletes. It's intended to showcase universities. We've got 10 great ones here in our area, and we intend to really showcase them if we land this event and have the opportunity to stage it here in the region. With that, I'm here really to provide you information, hopefully get you excited. The reason we even are here today is because I did a presentation to Go Triangle about it. Go Triangle, we've asked to consider coordinating our transportation aspects for all the athletes and the official delegation that come in for the game, which totals between 10 and 11,000. And they're agreed and interested in doing that. And Brenda was on that committee presentation that I did. So was Sig Hutchinson from Wake County Commissioners and Renee Price from Orange County Commissioners. And all the commissioners said, well, this would be something that would be interesting and informative for our boards, and asked if I wouldn't set up a schedule to be able to do this type of presentation. And that's what we're doing today. I have the Orange County Commissioners tomorrow evening, and Wake County is working on a schedule for theirs as well. So I'll be glad to answer any questions or receive any comments that you may have at this point in time. We're working to try to bring the triangle together on this and provide a big goal for everybody that'll, all those big projects you want to get done out there. If we land this event, you'll want to get them done by 2027 so you can showcase them to all the visitors from around the planet. But it's the kind of thing that we want to represent, that we're Team Triangle and we're as seamless as possible, and show them the great things we can accomplish as a region above and beyond worrying about just our individual jurisdictions or parts.
Well, thank you, Hill, for bringing this presentation to the board and just kind of giving them a little bit of a teaser for what you're thinking about. And Andy, thank you for your work on getting this in front of us. Even though it's a long ways off, it's good to let the board know that it's a conversation. So we've got about 10 minutes that, boys, if you have any questions at this point, anyone have any questions or comments? If not, Commissioner Long?
I was just going to say, I don't have any questions in particular. I just want to say this sounds very exciting. I think it'll be a really great opportunity for Durham County that, I would love to be able to participate. I have no athletic ability, but it would be really fun to see the this coming to Durham and people being able to engage at different levels with it. I will say, if it was sooner, it would have been also entertaining for us to have a little board competition at this facility amongst this Olympic training and events. I know Commissioner Burns and I talk a lot about trash to each other, UNC, NC State. Maybe we could put it out on the basketball court, tennis court.
I think we can add that to the event.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. Did I see it? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Hill, so much for your leadership of this effort. And you have a proven track record of being able to bring our community together for transformational events like this. So thank you so much. I'm really excited about this possibility. And the idea of also benefiting, people in our community locally and our local athletes being able to participate in this and showcasing, all of our local universities, bringing people to our community. It just has tremendous benefits. I note that you say the economic impact is projected to be about $150 million. And then the budget would be about 99 million. So is that budget just what we would need to contribute locally between all the partners? And could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes. And, you can imagine that the budget is an estimate at this point in time, our best swag, if you will, but we've done a lot of in-depth research on it. So we feel pretty comfortable with that number. Keep in mind, this has not come to the United States that much because it tends to go to other countries where the federal government pays for everything. All right. So the next edition is going to be in China. The edition after that is going to be in Russia. And I think they're going to announce sometime this month that the 2025 edition is going to be in Europe. And obviously we have a different financial model in the United States. And yes, all the partners will need to fund that budget. But the good news is that we have the entire United States as our territory. It's not just the Triangle. It's not just North Carolina. We certainly, to be successful with any event of this nature, you have to have your local community, supportive and invested in it. And in our case, and this was the same when we did the Special Olympics and also the Olympic Festival, the state of North Carolina, we want state government involved, but we'll also want big companies from Charlotte and Winston-Salem and others to help us out. But importantly, because the entire United States is our territory for sponsorships and fundraising, we'll be able to go to the big Coca-Colas or Pepsis of the world and or Toyotas and all those that you see often step up for Olympic style events. The timing of this could be very, very good, we think. It's the year before the LA Olympic Games in 28. And it's the year after World Cup soccer in the United States in 26. So in that 3-year window, there's going to be more money spent on Olympic related sports than any time in our lifetime. And but to give you a little bit of further education on the revenue sources, in addition to sponsorships is probably the main thing, but we're also working on a significant television partnership, and that will be also instrumental in us landing those sponsorships. And Capital Broadcasting is helping with that right now. As a matter of fact, they were emailing me just before this call on some presentations to NBC, et cetera. So, and you know, there's a strong ESPN connection in this area as well, so on and so forth. So all those things come together. And basically what it should say to you is most of the money that comes to this event is private money. Even the federal government actually helps support events like this. Back when we did the Olympic Festival, the federal government flowed money through the state Department of Transportation. David King's area, actually, then before he became later the head of Go Triangle, and that funded our transportation efforts. And usually with an international event of this nature, the federal government also helps with security as well. Keep in mind, think about all the number of law enforcement jurisdictions we'll be crossing. Right? It won't be just the Durham Sheriff's Department and the Durham Police Department. It'll also be North Carolina Central Campus Police, Duke Campus Police, and then that multiply that across our couple of other counties here in the area. The State Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, all were involved in our Olympic Festival. So you kind of put together a big security task force. So I'm trying, my point mainly is that you don't have to feel like, first of all, I'm not here asking for any funds yet, but hopefully, you know, something there could be. And by yet,
that optimal word is yet.
Yeah, I mean, and that doesn't necessarily mean we have to ask for some, but there are ways that Durham County could help that, you know, would be totally palatable, I think, with you. You know, there could be some things we want to fine tune Durham County Stadium, you know, by the time of the event and make it really ready for international competition. There may be, you know, ways the county could help with EMS coverage to support, you know, the athlete health and safety efforts when they're competing, things along those lines. So Wake County, way back when we did the Olympic Festival, basically made all their school buses available to help transport folks around. So just think of things that might be in your purview that would be kind of a natural. And it's not like, you know, you have to write the big check or anything. It's something where perhaps the services that are available in the county could be applied to help make the event a big success.
Well, thank you for that explanation, Hill. And I hope that I hope we get to the next stage where we're putting it into action, because it would be a great opportunity. And I'm glad to hear it's cycling around the globe. And it sounds like that puts us in a good position maybe for happening in the United States. So again, thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you.
So we got Commissioner Burns, you have a question?
It is.
Then, okay.
It is very quick because Commissioner Jacobs teed up and Mr. Carroll answered everything in his answer. So what I did just want to harp on, you know, this week we actually have the James Carter Invitational. So that's a track meet. That's this weekend in Durham. So we have all these great events coming up. The NCAA now has more tournaments coming to Durham with soccer, with swimming. You know, we have all these other invitationals coming with basketball. So they're starting to see that this is an area where you have these 3 or 4 towns that could support it. And I do know that the Sports Commission, I have heard rumblings about that facility, and I know that we're going to get an update with some of the commissioners, or all of us are getting updates on that one. I guess my question is, this is all the way in 2027. You gave this to us today. Do we need to reach back out to you, or will you be updating us again on like where on how this is progressing, like, and when, because now I'm excited. Commissioner Alam is correct. We are no longer in our sports days. Right now, the both of us, we make cheesecake. I don't know if you follow us on Facebook. Like, that's the only competition. Commissioner Alam and I are golden girls at this point. So whatever sports you can bring to get us excited again would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, I'll be glad to come back and give a briefing as we kind of get down the road. But one thing I'll do to kind of keep you posted in the meantime is we do a monthly e-newsletter. It's very short, but it gives you kind of the latest and greatest on what's going on with the World University Games, a little bit internationally, but obviously mostly focused on our efforts. And I'll make sure that the county manager and you guys get it. You know, I'm sure you get so much in your email, but, you know, hopefully somebody can put it in front of you, and you'll have that. At least we send it out usually the last day or next to last day of each month. We just sent one out, and I'll forward that newsletter that we just sent out last Friday, April 30th. I'll forward that to the county manager and staff and the commissioners, and you'll have that as a little bit of an additional update. And we'll keep you posted that way going forward. I'll be glad to come back for another stint. And then at some point, as we do the bid, we're in the process of kind of gathering everything to put in the big formal proposal, if you will. We'll want, you know, we would love a letter of support from the county commissioner saying this is a great thing. We'd love to have it here, and we'll include that within the bid packets.
Thank you again, Hill, for your presentation today to just kind of give the commissioners just a teaser about what's coming down the road. And I hope your conversations with the other boards in Wake County and Orange County goes as well. So we will know we'll be hearing from you. So thanks a bunch.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
So commissioners, we need to take a break here. Let's see, it's 12:40. We take a 20-minute break. We should be back by 12:05.
One. It's 12:40.
Wait, 1:05. I'm on 12. 1:05. Yeah, I'm on 12. Let's be back. Yeah, let's be back at 1:05. Okay. think I swallowed stuff too fast.
Chair Howerton, I'm not sure if you can see, but I'll let you know when the other commissioners have come up on the screen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to let you know, you did a great job in your interview.
Ah, thank you. I haven't had a chance to take a peek at it. I was so nervous, but I'll definitely go look.
I saw it. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do not see Vice Chair Jacobs, Commissioner Alam, or Commissioner Carter just yet.
Commissioner Alam is here. Carter. Oh yeah, we're here. We're all here.
All righty, we're ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So the next item, commissioners, welcome back, is 210266, I believe. Let's see, where am I? Woo, went down too far. University Games, yes, 0266. City County Planning Department FY22 work plan. The interlocal cooperation agreement between the city and the county for merged planning functions charges the planning director with preparing and submitting to the joint city-county planning committee, the planning commission, and both managers a work program and annual budget that must be forwarded to both governing bodies for approval. The proposal work program is structured on the department receiving sufficient resources for 46 full-time employees and operational overhead. Staff resources have been fully allocated for the tasks reflected in the proposal work plan, with no capacity to take on additional tasks without either revising the work plan to modify tasks or by deleting existing tasks by changing expected outcomes. So I believe Sarah's here to go over this. Sarah Young, planning director, is this resource person here. There you are, Sarah. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Chair Howerton, and good afternoon, commissioners. As Chair Howerton has summarized, as you all know, the interlocal agreement does require that we submit to you all and your counterparts at the city our annual work program. This is the document that outlines all the various tasks, both legally mandated and discretionary, that the department will work on for the next coming year. And as you saw in the summary memo that accompanies the item, this year are all of our discretionary staff time, which is staff time that's not devoted to legally mandated tasks like reviewing site plans or plats, those kind of things. That staff time is still devoted to continuing work on our comprehensive plan. As you all remember, we are doing that plan in-house. And so the entire policy and urban design team is fully allocated to that, along with staff time from folks we've pulled from other sections of the department as well. We have taken on one very small additional task, which is helping Go Triangle with inspection of new bus shelters as they continue their work to expand bus shelters so that our residents have safe and dignified places to wait for the bus. So we are assisting them. Again, this is a very small proportion of time of one of our engineers to do that, but that's the only new thing on the work program. And so since it's kind of a hold even year for us, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll keep my remarks brief.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Are there any questions from commissioners or comments? This is an item that we will ask the board to suspend the rules and vote on this item today. So are there any questions from commissioners? If not, Commissioner Jacobs, you have something?
Thank you, Sarah. I know we go over this at Joint City County Planning Committee, but I just want to, first of all, I really appreciate that you all are going to go review the adopted open space plans and look at, just implementing, especially with the new comprehensive land use plan. So kind of reinvigorate. So really appreciate that. I didn't see any mention on here of the Southeast area plan. Just wanted to hear from you a little bit about that.
Sure. So the Southeast Durham focus area, which is what we're calling it, is a focus area of the comprehensive plan. That's why you don't see it called out as a separate item for work, because it's baked into the comprehensive plan work. It is not the only focus area that we will do. So in development of the comprehensive plan, as you can imagine, we can't do deep dives on every square inch of the county. So we're going to take a look at areas that are undergoing specific development pressures and issues to help us develop the policies that will then be applied to every place that's also experiencing that kind of development pressure or issue. So like a case study. So Southeast Durham is one of these for us. And that's why it's not called out separately, because it's part of the comprehensive plan work.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because I know not everyone on our board is in those meetings. So, and I know you're going to be focusing on Bragtown
as well.
Just so that the rest of our board knows that. I would really appreciate you talk about that you're going to be implementing the city's language access plan. Could you share that information with us? Because that's something that our board has talked about moving forward, and we haven't really gotten to that point yet. And we've talked about really prioritizing that. We talked about it during our budget retreat. I would love to see that, maybe something that we can learn from at the county level. So if you could share that with us, that would be great. The other thing, Sarah, is if you could share with our board about the new planning tool that you are going to be rolling out, and how all of our board can tap into that. And that partially is, I know we get emails about developments, rezonings, and things that are in the county, but they're going to go to the city council. They're not going to come to us. And this was something that you all have come up with to help with that.
Yes, so a couple of things on that. I think, and I will go back and double check, but I thought when we sent the follow-up information out, we sent it to all elected
Yes,
officials.
you did.
We can
did.
certainly, I'd be happy to do a demo for anyone that wants one separately, but the tool is intended to, it's a web-based mapping tool where anyone can look up a certain area, you can zoom in, you can, if you want to see all the types of a particular case, like all the, rezonings or all the annexations, you can search, it will tell you the status of the case. It will tell you some basic information, 300 residential single family units or whatever. And it also, most importantly, provides a way for our residents and community members to leave feedback and comments way, way early in the process. So this site is updated the instant we get a new case submitted. And so from day one, as opposed to having to wait till the last, couple of months before a case is approved or denied, the community will get to see it in real time. Every change in plan set as resubmissions are made, they'll be re-uploaded. Folks will have a chance to see the case evolve. The comments that the public will leave on that site are actually downloaded and sent to the applicants, and those applicants are required to respond to them as part of their response to staff comments as well, and they'll be included in the agenda packets that go forward to the governing bodies so that everyone, in full transparency can see what the community is concerned about. So it also is intended to give applicants a lot of lead time, let's say, in trying to be aware of and address any potential neighborhood concerns. The second thing that the second thing that I want to just kind of put a plug in for is, I think there's been a lot of interest early on from our neighborhood meetings. You all recall that neighborhood meetings are required for things like zoning map changes, and they're applicant-led, applicant-sponsored. So before anyone even submits an application to us, they have to hold a neighborhood meeting and tell the neighborhood what they're planning to do. We send notification of those meetings out via our Friday afternoon newsletter. But I think what's happened a lot is folks go to those neighborhood meetings, and then you all, the elected officials, hear concerns based on that. And we don't even have a case yet submitted. So another thing that I would encourage you all to do is feel free, if you're interested, sign up for our Friday afternoon newsletters, and it will give you a heads up as to all those things that are in the neighborhood meeting stage that have not yet been submitted as well. Real quick on the language access plan, I'll be happy, I'll follow up and share the city's language access plan, which is really a policy that requires departments to put together a plan. And I will share our particular plan and all the things that it entails that we're working on doing. Some of those things we've already been able to accomplish. Other things obviously require more resources, more research. But I'm really, really proud to say that our meeting notices go out in English and Spanish. Our sign postings have been bilingual as well. And for all of our comprehensive plan, every single inch of material that we put out there is also translated to Spanish, including the website. And the land use initiative website is also translatable to Spanish via a little button. So we're making progress. I know that's just one language, but we're starting with one and hoping to branch out to others.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Sarah, I've got Lisa on the brain all of a sudden, Sarah. If there are no other questions, the manager recommends that the board approves this, the plan. So I will need a motion to suspend the rules.
I make a motion to, I second Commissioner Long.
Commissioner Alum, moved by Commissioner Alum, seconded by Commissioner Burns. It'll roll vote.
Commissioner Alum.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. Approved 5-0. Now I'll take a vote to approve the FY 22 A and B work plan.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Carter, second by Commissioner Alum. And the clerk will take a roll vote.
Commissioner Alam,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
Aye, so it's been approved 5-0. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, our next item is the Durham County Transit Planning Update. And this is a 30-minute item, Commissioners. The board is requested to receive an update on the development of the Durham County Transit Plan for Durham County and Durham Chapel Hill Carver Planning Organization. We have Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager, and I see Aaron as well. So take it away.
Okay, everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. There is a presentation, if that can be pulled up. So good afternoon. This is the first of 2 transit-related presentations on today's agenda. There is also a consent agenda item related to transportation that I'll talk about briefly. So this presentation will be myself and Aaron Kane from the DCHC MPO. Next slide. We are now co-managing this plan together. Last time you heard from Aaron and some of our consultant staff in February. We're generally trying to provide quarterly updates to the governing boards. So it's that time again. This presentation is going to cover some background on the plan and also review our phase 1 outreach, which you received last time, but we want to talk about it and show how it influenced the design of our phase 2 project, which is scenario development. And then we'll talk about our next steps. Next slide. All right, next slide. So as everyone knows, the Durham Transit Plan is the plan that guides the use of the countywide taxes and fees for public transportation improvements. We first adopted this plan in 2011 and held a successful referenda for a half-cent sales tax for public transit. The sales tax is the main source of revenue, but there's a few other sources that collectively produce about $35 million annually. This is a 20-year plan, but it can be amended. That's actually what the consent agenda item is an amendment to the plan. And we expect to review it every 4 to 5 years in coordination with the MPO's long-range plan. State law says that this plan has to be adopted by the Board of Commissioners, the Go Triangle Board, and the DCHC MPO Board. So as everyone knows, the 2011 plan included the Durham Orange Light Rail project. It also included the Durham Way Commuter Rail project. But we were very focused on the implementation of the light rail project in coordination with Orange County for many years. But unfortunately, the light rail project did not move forward and was discontinued in 2019. That's why we're here today. This is really our first big update to the plan since it was first adopted in 2011. And the plan includes both regional needs, including substituting for that service to Orange County and also looking to Wake County, as well as local transit needs. So real quick, I want to talk about the consent agenda item and how it fits into this. The consent agenda item was the FY22 work program. That is the budget, and it's provided to the board for information only. There is a related request that the board does have to take action on, which is approval of a material change to the transit plan. So in 2013, we approved an interlocal implementation agreement that puts forth some of the administrative processes for the implementation of the transit plan. And that agreement was, oriented towards the delivery of the light rail project by Go Triangle. A lot of the administrative processes were deferred to Go Triangle, including the approval of the annual budget. So that's why the board doesn't have to take action on the work program. It's only informational. We are looking to develop a new implementation agreement with this new transit plan. that will reflect our new projects, support regional coordination with Wake and Orange County, and to strengthen the oversight processes. The annual budget this year is pretty small in scope. We deliberately did that to make sure that the transit plan was going to be directing any new big initiatives. There are two items that I want to just briefly mention. One is a micro transit pilot project for North and East Durham. This includes the Trayburn area. And there's also a transit plan governance study. That governance study is to look at our implementation agreement and help us develop a new implementation agreement. And then lastly, there's funding for the Regional Transit Center for Go Triangle. So this is where all the Go Triangle buses go in RTP, and you can transfer between Go Triangle buses. The amount of money that's requested for that relocated facility met the criteria for a material change to the plan. And so that's why the Board of Commissioners has to take action on that specific project. Next slide. Okay, so back to this item, the transit plan. This is roughly where we are. We're about midway through the development of the plan. We've done our goals and objectives identification and did public outreach on that. We looked at our existing conditions report. We have an existing conditions report of what the current system looks like and what some of the needs are. And we use that information to help shape our transit scenarios. So the transit scenarios are kind of three representative scenarios of how we could use the money. They are representative. You know, we don't expect that any one of them will be what is recommended for approval. You know, they're deliberately contrasting, and Erin will talk about that a little bit more later. But so that's where we're at right now, is developing the scenarios. We're going to put that out for a second phase of public outreach this month, hopefully. And then later this spring, summer, we'll be using what we heard to develop our final recommended scenario. And that will be, we expect to do public outreach again on that before it is brought forward for approval by the three boards. All right, next slide. Next slide. So quickly, the outreach we did for phase one included a lot of different techniques. We did online outreach, of course, during this COVID times. We have a website. We did online surveys. We held a lot of online Zoom meetings with stakeholder groups. We also did some in-person outreach, like, for example, outreach at some of the major bus stops. And we did an engagement ambassadors program. Next slide. So this is the online survey demographics. As with a lot of online surveys, it skews higher income and more white than Durham as a whole, and then our transit riders as a whole. But online surveys are a way to get a lot of responses pretty quickly. So you can see we had 673 responses. Next slide. We did Zoom meetings, stakeholder meetings with various groups. Here's some of the groups that we had meetings with. And we're, in these meetings, we're able to have more in-depth conversation about specific issues and concerns for each group. Next slide. And then the engagement ambassadors program. So at the last meeting, Ideal Ortiz described this. She's our manager for the engagement ambassadors program. It is direct engagement with underrepresented communities in Durham. It's modeled off of the city's equitable engagement blueprint. And it's really the way that we could get a lot of direct feedback from communities of color, Spanish speakers, youth, lower income, and some rural areas. Next slide. Here are the demographics of who we heard from through the engagement ambassador summary. So it definitely helped reach more Black people, more Hispanic people, and lower income people. Next slide. All right, so across these three methods of outreach, there were a lot of universal themes. There was a lot of interest in 15-minute service. So that's the frequency of the bus, more frequent service, improved bus stops, improved access to the bus stops through better sidewalks, crosstown service. So that's where you do not have to take the bus downtown to transfer. You can bypass downtown. More access to jobs. Most of our bus riders are using transit to access jobs and education, and commuter rail. Since the engagement ambassador responses, were more representative of Durham, we did want to look closely at how they differed from the outreach as a whole. And some of the things that were emphasized through the engagement ambassador sessions were paratransit, street maintenance, wheelchair and stroller access to bus stops, as well as service running later at night. So, as you can imagine, a lot of jobs in Durham are not 9-to-5 jobs. There's a lot of essential workers, shift workers, retail, restaurant, hospitality, and all of those sectors really benefit from more service, more days, and more times of the day. All right, so now I'm going to turn it over to Erin, who will describe how we use the first phase of outreach to shape our scenarios.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, commissioners. Madam Chair, I will talk a bit about our scenarios, how we developed them, and give you a kind of a high-level understanding of what our scenarios are. First off, as an introduction, just want to make sure everybody's aware that we developed 3 different scenarios for the public to consider. And the purpose of these scenarios was to have kind of a different understanding of what could be offered. We do have fiscal constraint. We can't offer everything that everybody might want. So I wanted to give people an idea as to what some of the types of projects we could do and the kinds of things that we could afford and the trade-offs that we're going to have to make. Next slide, please. That being said, based on the public outreach we got in our last phase, we do have several items that we are including across all scenarios. First is more frequent service, 30-minute service wherever we can afford to do it, 15-minute service where we can on our high traffic routes that don't already have 15-minute service. Improving bus stops. We want to do our best in the next few years to get every bus stop improved. Now, that's not going to necessarily mean a full-blown lighting and benches and shelters and everything, but based on the amount of boardings or that we have at each bus stop, an appropriate improvement, and definitely with a sidewalk at least to the nearest corner. That's what we want to do for all our bus stops throughout the city and county. We also want to provide service later at night. As Ellen mentioned, not everybody works a 9-to-5 job. And if you can get to the job, it doesn't help if you can't get home. So we want to be able to provide that service. So we've provided all of those at the same level in every scenario. Other things that you see with the circles, the level of service varies depending on each scenario. Some have more routes going to more places and more sidewalks and more bus service or the inclusion of commuter rail. So all of those things differ for each scenario. Next slide, please. And before we get into the scenarios, I want to make sure that you all have an understanding of what all of the committed projects that we're already doing through the transit plan, through the existing transit plan, and through the existing revenues that we've been receiving from the Durham County transit tax have been going towards. So all those routes that you see there for both Go Durham and Go Triangle have had improvements, whether they be running later at night, providing 30-minute service where there used to be 60-minute service, providing 15-minute service where there used to be 30-minute service, or just simply providing a new service on, say, a Sunday, or even creating a new route. So these are a list of all the bus service improvements that are already committed. In addition, you'll see on the bottom there, paratransit, transportation alternatives, that's the micro transit, as well as the senior food shuttle. Those are all additionally new projects that we are committing, and all of these projects will continue forward. We're planning to continue all of these services even into the new transit plan. Next slide, please. In addition, we have several capital and administrative projects that have already been funded, and we are going to continue to fund, especially you see at the bottom of the page, what we call a Holloway Transit Reliability. You would have seen this last year as the transit emphasis corridors. So we're going to be doing, still be doing those. We'll still be doing improvements at the Village, our second highest ridership spot in the city, as well as at South Point. So we still have several improvements that we're going to be doing, and some new ones that we've decided to put to make sure that those are committed and will be in the plan no matter what. Next, please. Thank you. So for the three scenarios, just a few things for y'all to understand. The committed projects that I showed you on the last two slides take up about 50% of our projected transit tax revenues over the next 20 years. So what we have to plan for really is only about half of that. It turns out to be about between $475 and $500 million over the next 20 years. All of these scenarios that you're going to see are what we're calling fiscally feasible. They are all generally affordable based on our projected revenues over the next 20 years. And they're being done to illustrate trade-offs. There are some things that you have in scenario A that you don't have in scenario C, and vice versa, because we can't necessarily afford both. And it has nothing to do with the viability of any of these projects. All of the projects you're going to see, we as staff all think are good projects. We'd love to do them all if we could afford to do so, but we can't. So we're going to need to make some choices and make some trade-offs. The other thing to be aware of is as we go to the public with these scenarios, that we're not asking them to just choose A, B, or C. Think of it more a la carte. We want to hear from people, what do you like most about A? What do you like most about B? And what do you like most about C? And we'll put those together as best we can and be fiscally responsible with that to make sure we're not overspending. And that is what we will present to you this fall as a preferred scenario. Next slide, please. So scenario A, this one focuses on local and regional bus operations, bus services. In other words, we're going to put the vast majority of our available funds for the next 20 years into new bus services to increase frequency, extend running hours. We'll have some capital expenditures to support that service, but the vast majority isn't it just simply running more buses. And a lot of those main capital expenditures will be just improving the roadways so that our buses can run more efficiently, improving bus stops, and buying more buses. If we're going to be running more routes, we're going to be running more service, we're going to need to buy more buses to do that. This scenario has the highest level of sidewalk access and paratransit service improvements. And with this scenario, we're able to do most of those in the first 5 years. We can get the increased amount of services out pretty quickly once we have the buses and the operators to do so and are able to do a more fine-tuned plan as to exactly where those bus routes are going to run. We'll be able to just get that going pretty quickly. And then the rest of the plan is simply a continuation of those services. Next slide, please. Scenario B focuses on local and bus infrastructure. So in other words, if we want our buses to run more efficiently, if we want them to be able to run faster, we don't want them stuck in traffic. In order to get them out of traffic, there's a few things we're going to need to do to the infrastructure, to the roadways. So we would need to provide potentially dedicated lanes. We would need to have facilities in, say, RTP that can handle more buses because we're having a greater regional service. There's a whole lot more we're going to need to do to the roadway to improve it, to make our stops better, maybe our stops bigger if we're going to be running longer buses and so forth. So that's great. That makes the buses run faster. It makes them run smoother. It makes them run more efficiently, but there is a cost to that. We simply can't run as many buses. We're having to spend that money on the roadway and the infrastructure itself. It also delays our implementation. We're thinking more about 10 years out for full implementation rather than about 5 or so. We do have less sidewalk access on this one and less paratransit. But like I said, this would include something called bus rapid transit, which again makes the buses run much more efficiently, much faster, and be able to serve a wider area and be more regional. Next slide, please. And then finally, scenario C is an inclusion of commuter rail. That's the yellow line that you're seeing on the map here on this slide. This would provide rapid, dependable service to Wake County. You're not stuck in traffic. You're on a train that can move fast, generally faster than a bus. And right now the plan is for implementation of that in about 2029. This does mean though, less paratransit service and fewer sidewalk access projects than you had in scenario A. What it also means is that we're focusing our regional efforts towards Wake County, which means less infrastructure improvements that we can use to Orange County. We can still run service to Orange County, maybe even some express service, but wouldn't be able to necessarily afford all that infrastructure going to Orange County. Next slide, please. There we go. So the next steps are, we are fine tuning our outreach for these scenarios right now. We're tentatively looking at May 17th. We'll know next week if we'll be able to go out. We may need to delay a week just to finalize our outreach materials, but we're hoping about 2 weeks to be able to get out with that. We're going to use the same 4 methods as we used in phase 1. We're going to use the engagement ambassadors, do our stakeholder interviews, conduct our online survey. And what wasn't mentioned before is we also did do some in-person tabling events. That was a little harder to do with COVID last time we did this, which was the October-November timeframe. Now that things are getting a little better and people are getting out more, hopefully we'll be able to use that to get more information out to people. Looking to conclude in about 30 to 45 days, so mid to late June. And we're gonna get the best information we can from the public in order to be able to finalize our preferred scenario. Next slide, please. So where do we go from that? Like I said, we'll finish out outreach mid to late in late June. We'll put together the preferred scenario in July, and we're hoping to be able to come to you with an update in August and begin the phase 3 outreach on a preferred scenario late August to early September. And with that, I will leave it open to questions.
So thank you, Aaron. So did you roll into your second presentation, or you just stopped at the first one?
I stopped at the first one. It's actually going to be Jay Hikas from Go Triangle giving the second presentation. So we can wait for questions when we're done with that. We can roll into that one if you'd like, or we can take questions now.
Why don't we just roll into the next one and then we'll see what questions that we have. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Jay, are you there? All right, great.
I'm here, Jay.
Okay. I'll just turn it over directly to Jay to talk about the commuter rail project.
Okay, thank you. And I believe there's also a set of slides associated with this item. Thank you. All right, thank you. Jay Hikas, Senior Transportation Planner with Go Triangle, here to provide a brief update on the commuter rail study. I know we're a little bit over time today, so I will be try to keep these brief and will trying to rearrange my Zoom bubbles here. So try to keep this update to about 12, no more than 15 minutes.
Okay.
Happy to take any questions at the end that I may have glossed over. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is a feasibility study for the rail project. We are early in the life of a major capital project. As Aaron mentioned, those do tend to have longer timeframes. This graphic represents where we are in that major capital project life cycle. The goal of this study is for Go Triangle, on behalf of locally and regionally adopted plans, including the Durham Transit Plan, of course, which is underway. We want to provide information about the viability of the project to the community and elected officials in coordination with the Durham Transit Plan update to help reach a decision on whether or not to proceed with a rail project, and if so, how, when, and at what cost share among local, state, and federal partners. Next slide, please. Go Triangle is the project sponsor of the study. That really means we're just coordinating this. There are many decision makers. Those include the counties, the MPOs, NCDOT, both the highway and rail divisions are involved in the study, as is the North Carolina Railroad Company. Next slide, please. So why are we talking about large transit capital investments? One of those reasons is that the Triangle continues to add new jobs and be a popular place to move, even during the pandemic. In the next 25 years, Durham County alone is expected to add over 100,000 people. The larger 3-county Triangle region, Durham, Wake, and Orange counties will add more than 600,000. And we know that growth brings some benefits, but the benefits and costs of growth are not equitably distributed. And this is particularly true for people who do not have reliable access to a car. Next slide. And this is especially true of when you consider the fact that over the next 20 years, 2 out of every 3 jobs in this region, new jobs, will be located in Wake County. And will be essential to provide transit that connects Durham residents to opportunities for career advancement and good paying jobs, both in Durham and across the region. Today, job access without a car is a challenge. These maps are from a 2019 Metropolitan Planning Organization report, and they show the relative number of jobs that someone who is using a car can access versus the same number of jobs that someone using transit can access. Red means more jobs. As you can see, a lot of jobs are concentrated in RTP as well as in Wake County, which is just off the map to the bottom right. When you look at the transit map, and I will note that the scales are different, someone using transit can access far fewer jobs, particularly the jobs that are in RTP and Wake County. Next slide, please. And this is one of the reasons why we have the county transit plans. As Ellen mentioned a moment ago, the original 2011 transit plan, which is approved by voters with the sales tax, did include that rail investment between Durham and Raleigh. Next slide, please. And this map shows some of those investments that are regional in nature that connect across the counties. It's not just rail, it's also bus, which is shown in green, bus rapid transit shown in yellow. And again, in the currently adopted plan, you see that purple dashed line showing commuter rail, connecting some of our regional downtowns, as well as other major destinations, including RTP and Cary. Next slide, please. So what is the current study looking at? And this is, again, based on what's in the older version of the transit plans, the currently adopted versions. It is that the initial service would be from West Durham to Garner. And we're also looking at a possible extension of service to Clayton. This would incorporate 8 round trips during the morning period, 2 in the middle of the day, 8 return trips in the afternoon, also round trips, and then 2 trips during the evening. That's about 20 total trips. And for comparison, that's pretty similar to the service that's currently provided on the Durham Raleigh Express, or the DRX, which has about 18 round trips today. Next slide, please. So this map goes into a little bit more detail about where the commuter rail would serve. We are studying 5 stops in Durham. The first is in West Durham near Duke VA Medical Centers. The second is Durham Station, which would facilitate transfers to the existing bus network, as many of the buses begin and end at Durham Station. There would be a stop near East Durham at Alston Avenue, serving NC Central, as well as Durham Tech, Ellis Road, and RTP. The station at RTP would be co-located with the new regional transit center, allowing convenient multimodal first and last mile bus, microtransit, and shared ride, as well as bike connections to destinations in and around RTP, such as the Hub RTP, the new Apple campus, and RDU Airport. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we're building off of previous studies. From those previous studies, we have learned that by 2040, commuter rail could serve about 10,000 trips, possibly more than that. Today, there's about 2,200 trips that are happening on Go Triangle services that parallel the commuter rail corridor. The travel time from Durham to Raleigh would be about 45 to 50 minutes, which represents a significant time savings over the current express bus, and an even larger time savings over our regional buses, which make more stops. And then the cost would be about $1.8 billion, and that's for that shorter Durham to Garner segment, to build, and then $29 million to operate every year. Those larger dollar values, both for capital and operating cost, reflect the cost of extending service to Clayton. Next slide, please. So before we get into the details and the update of the current work, I would like to provide a refresher on our results from the first phase of public engagement. We have 3 goals in this first phase of engagement, which is the first of 3. Those are to raise awareness among the public, to obtain feedback and gauge their level of understanding about the project, and to coordinate with other efforts in the region, such as the updates to the Wake and Durham transit plans. In this phase, we had 2,700 people participate. About 700 of those were from Durham, which had the largest participation out of all of the jurisdictions in the survey. The survey was primarily online as a result of the pandemic. And as Ellen mentioned, we know that participants in online surveys do not reflect the community as a whole. So our public engagement team took substantial efforts to try to ensure a more equitable engagement effort, including in-person outreach at major transit stops, and those included Durham Station, the Village, and the Regional Transit Center, which are the 3 highest ridership stops in Durham County. And we also had partnerships with agencies that were providing essential community services, such as Meals of Wheels in Durham. And then also we participated in virtual meetings with community groups, including some of the Durham Partners Against Crime groups, those of which were meeting online, but not all of them were. We also coordinated with the first phase of engagement for the Durham Transit Plan. Next slide, please. So the major takeaways, we asked folks 3 open-ended questions to really try and get a sense of 1, what they understood about the project, and 2, to try and get as an unbiased as possible response to how people felt about the project and what it could do for them and their communities, as well as what they thought elected officials should know when a decision point on this project comes up. So those major takeaways on the benefit side, including reducing congestion by providing a reliable alternative, environmental benefits of taking cars off of the road, reducing commute times, bringing and increasing access to jobs. Also, there was a thread of comments about making sure that the triangle looks and feels more like other regions which have that reliable transit service and providing that sense of connectivity. On the concern side, unsurprisingly, project cost is a big one and how it is paid for. There were concerns that it was not the most effective use of resources and that it may not be inclusive, and that if it were truly designed as commuter rail and only serve commuters, we might miss out on a large number of folks who are not in that typical 9-to-5 job arrangement. And it may not serve those most in need, and that there were also some concerns that the rail did not go where people might need it to. Next slide, please. This was the first question we asked, and that is, what would you like in a commuter rail train that connects Durham and Wake counties? Reliability, the speed at which the train moved and schedule, frequency, and relative affordability were some of the top comments we received. And then the comment that was most upvoted, the comment interface we used to allow people to sort of +1 or add sentiment to the comments that other people made, was frequency, reliability, accessibility, and affordability. Next slide. The second question we asked is, what do you see the commuter rail train doing for your community? And this is a question we were able to either tag that comment as a positive response or a negative response. Across the region, 87% of respondents provided comments with a positive sentiment. When you look at just non-white respondents within Durham County, that number is about 89%. And when you look at respondents within the city of Durham, excuse me, that was Durham City. And when you look at respondents within the city of Durham with incomes beneath, household incomes below 50,000, that positivity response rate was 90%. Next slide, please. And this is a visual representation of some of those major themes that I shared earlier. We'll move past this one. Next slide, please. And then for next steps, we conducted some focus groups earlier this year. Our public engagement team is analyzing those results. We are we want to be continuously communicating and providing education and public awareness about this rail project. We've heard many times that just a lot of people simply don't know what this is, or they confuse it with light rail. And we really want to make sure that we are getting the message out there, using all of our partners to help people understand what it is that we're talking about, including as part of the transit plan process. A new project website did launch last week, and we are also planning for the 2 remaining periods of public engagement. Next slide, please. So as we continue the study, we are trying to fold in some of those results from public engagement. As part of this study, there are 3 main components. The first is the rail analysis, which is primarily focused on the rail service and the infrastructure that's needed to support it. There's a second major component, which is the opportunity analysis, that looks at some of the secondary benefits and impacts of the rail project, from affordable housing to improving access to jobs, and also looking at job creation potential through economic development. And then, of course, that third component is engagement, and not just public engagement, but also engagement with organizations, local governments, as well as railroads. And I'll have a few more slides on the railroads in just a moment. Next slide, please. So one of our primary tasks in that first chunk of work, that technical analysis, is the engineering analysis in downtown Durham to understand how new tracks and station platforms can be added to downtown Durham and how that will affect things like current street crossings, traffic, and utilities in and around downtown. From those previous efforts, we know that this is a very important issue to Durham and many of the Durham stakeholders. So this is something that we really want to have a good understanding of now before additional work proceeds on this project. And from a project viability perspective, it is essential to understand how these challenges will be solved early on as a part of this study, prior to a decision to move forward. This work is well underway. Existing conditions such as environmental screening, surveys, as well as existing and base year conditions for traffic modeling have been completed. We have also initiated routine engagement with the city, NCDOT, in particular the NCDOT Rail Division, as well as North Carolina Railroad, to review and obtain concurrence on the technical materials as this work progresses. We have also entered into a reimbursement agreement with the City of Durham, and the city has procured a consultant to support their review of technical materials and aid their participation in this work. And finally, we are continuing to develop concepts as to how we will add tracks and other rail infrastructure. And as this work progresses, we will be sharing this with technical partners as well as stakeholders and the public in future phases of engagement, so that folks like yourselves, our community organizations, as well as the public have a good understanding of how we would actually add rails to downtown and give them a good sense of what those impacts might be. Next slide, please. The second major component of the study work is the opportunity analysis that's being led by the Triangle J Council of Governments. And the first report, and this should be complete by the end of this month and ready for sharing with groups such as yourselves, is the analysis of affordable housing along the rail line. This report will identify both how many legally binding affordability restricted homes, as well as naturally occurring affordable homes there are near the proposed rail stations. I apologize for those terms. Those are the terms that FTA uses. Legally binding affordability restricted, or LBAR, roughly equals affordable housing that is required to be affordable for some period of time because of its funding source. About 37% of Durham's permanent affordable housing is within a mile of the rail corridor, and even more are a short bike or bus ride away. And you can see that represented by those yellow dots in that top right map. And the Triangle J Council of Governments is also looking at planned affordable homes. And through the housing bond and the investments planned by the county, city, and Durham Housing Authority, the number of affordable units near stations in Durham will almost double over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. The second report that TJCOG is working on is the access analysis, which will help understand how rail will benefit various communities around the region, and in particular, how it can help connect disadvantaged communities to opportunities for career advancement. The map on the left shows communities that have relatively high percentages of non-white populations, relatively low incomes, and low rates of car ownership. Those are shown in red. And communities that meet these criteria and also have a significant amount of permanently affordable housing are additionally shown in purple. The map on the right depicts the triangle's top 25 job hubs as measured by the total number of jobs and the density of jobs. Based on this analysis, this draft analysis, excuse me, there'll be many more details coming. The rail project, if designed properly and assuming a good quality of service, it can link disadvantaged communities to job hubs, providing improved access to good paying jobs and career advancement opportunities. I just wanted to note that all of this work that TJCOG is doing is intended to support the goal of this study, which is to provide detailed information for the community and local leaders to make decisions about the project and its priority relative to other transit investments. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the third major component of this study is engagement with critical third-party stakeholders, including railroads. And those are stakeholders that have decision-making authority over the project or components of the project. If this project were to move forward, the Federal Transit Administration would require that Go Triangle must identify third-party agreements, including those with railroads, and commit to a plan and schedule for executing those agreements as a part of project development, which would typically be the next step in this process. Given the importance of identifying and addressing critical project success factors, the length of time involved, and lesson learned from previous projects, Go Triangle has developed a plan that will ensure that regular progress is being made with railroad engagement and coordination as a part of this study, which is prior to when FTA would require it. Next slide, please. So our railroad stakeholder coordination plan is a safeguard to ensure that as technical work progresses and deliverables are completed, that agreements with railroad partners are also simultaneously progressing. The goal is to continue to incrementally reach points of agreement and then progressively build on those points of agreement. The first point was the Memorandum of Understanding that memorializes the parties' understandings with respect to ongoing and future partnership on this study. In particular, the roles, responsibilities, and acknowledgements of the study partners, including the railroads, to facilitate the continued development of the rail project, to promote a good faith exchange of information, and provide a foundation for future negotiations and agreements. As of last week, Go Triangle has made further progress with the railroads by negotiating an agreement for rail network modeling and by acknowledging the railroad's position on indemnity and liability requirements pertaining to the implementation of rail service. Go Triangle's board last week approved the modeling agreement, and NCDOT's board will consider it at their May board meeting, which starts this Wednesday. And we expect that the full agreement will be executed by all the parties, including the railroads, in the coming weeks. And then at the conclusion of the study, prior to asking local leaders, including this board, to make a decision on this project, Go Triangle intends to seek another memorandum of understanding or term sheets or a similar document to clarify the parties, including railroads, understanding of all major issues that could affect CRT implementation and how those issues will be addressed. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the major goal of this study is to achieve regional consensus on what the project is, the project concept, the cost share with local, state, and federal, an agreement on what the level of community support for this project is relative to other priorities, and also to determine the level of support from railroads, local governments, and third parties. And the ultimate outcome would be a decision point on whether or not to undertake engineering, final design, and construction, including the FTA new starts and NEPA processes. And with that, I'll pause to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. That is a lot for all of the commissioners to chew on here. I want to go back to Aaron for just a minute. Aaron, could you explain when you talked about Trayburn, you mentioned micro system. Tell us a little bit more about what that means.
Sure. The idea of microtransit, it can go by several different names. The idea of microtransit is that it is not regular fixed route service. It's not like, go Durham Route 8 or go Durham Route 12 or anything like that, where it runs every so often and there are certain bus stops. On a microtransit service, and it can operate in some various different ways, but generally you're calling up a service that will pick you up and deliver you to a certain location. And this can be done for This can be within a certain area, like it'll take you so far, or it will take you to a certain location, like say Treyburn. So I can't give you any details on this particular microtransit service. I think those details are being worked out, but the idea is for areas of the city and county that don't really have enough density to make fixed route service economically feasible, financially feasible. This is a way to provide opportunities and transportation to job opportunities for people who can't afford cars.
So in other words, if someone has a job in Treyburn, or they can, do they have to have more than one person can call up, or does it have to be, how does that work?
It can work a variety of different ways. And Ellen, if you know more of the specifics than I do, please feel free to chime in on this. It can work a variety of different ways. It can be from, for example, sometimes there'll be a van, and everybody would meet at one particular van, and then somebody would drive the van to a particular location. So you might have, a van meet at once. Everybody meets at one spot, gets into the van, and then the van drives to a particular location, Treyburn, or a couple of locations, Treyburn. It can be done that way. It can be done where you've contracted with a service, so that if people call up and say, I need a ride to this location from my current location 3 days a week, at this particular time, it can be done that way. It can be done on demand, where you call up and say, you make an appointment. I need to get to my doctor's office. I need to get to this particular location. And somebody comes and gets you and takes you there. So there's a variety of different ways. Again, I don't know that we've worked out all those specific details on this program yet, but there's various ways that it can work.
Well, thank you. I'm really interested in that, because we've heard so much about jobs in those particular areas, and citizens not having transportation to get there. So it's good to hear that this is in the works. I'm going to stop now, and commissioners, questions? Commissioner Carter?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a few things. I'll try to be really quick and concise with them. I think, Ellen, you mentioned, it was you, Ellen, the existing conditions report for transit in the region. It was right after, did you mention existing conditions report? Is that something that we could have access to, or maybe we have seen it and I just don't remember it? It seems like that might be very useful, sort of as an assessment of where we are.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's been presented, but we can, we have it, and we can forward it to you, and maybe make sure it's on the website as well.
Great.
Yeah,
Great.
I'm pretty sure it's on the website, but we'll make sure to get that to you directly.
Okay, thank you. And has there been any targeted investment with Durham Tech Community College, both students, staff? I didn't see them on the page of people that have been engaged, at the partner level, or just outreach. It just seems like that might be a good area to get some feedback. In general, I think that the engagement, especially for the Durham Transit Plan, but for both, commuter rail also has been very robust. Just wondering about Durham Tech.
So we did meet with Durham Tech back in the fall. Got their ideas and their input on what was important to them. I believe it was Tom Janes we met with from Durham Tech, and a couple of other folks. One of their main concerns was making it easier for people to be able to get from the various campuses, or have access to all three of their campuses, right? They have the North Durham and they have the Orange County. And it's been difficult for them, it's been different with COVID, but it's been difficult for them to do their scheduling, because a lot of people from Orange County maybe cannot get easily to Durham Tech. And so they're having to offer various classes in various locations. It would be a lot more streamlined for them if they could get people to all the various campuses more easily. So we heard that, and we'll look to address that accordingly.
Thanks. That's some very good feedback.
The North Durham microtransit zone includes the North Campus. So
Great.
it will be served by that.
Excellent. And then at just a high level, I think that when you all come back to us with, the next round of engagement around the 3 scenarios and the a la carte selection of, elements of each that seem to be priorities for our community, it would be helpful if there's a way to run each, at least a scenario, but maybe even certain elements of the scenario, but run the scenarios through some sort of racial equity impact analysis or a socioeconomic equity impact analysis. We can try to do that on our own, as we look at each of these, and sometimes we'll be right, but if there is a way to do that in some more formal, official way, I think it could be very helpful.
So we have developed a racial equity toolkit. I've been working with folks, especially through the planning department, Brooke Ganser and some of the folks over there on developing that toolkit. We basically made a decision to run that toolkit on the preferred scenario rather than on each of the individual scenarios. So we'll certainly be presenting that information to you when we come up with the final scenario, the final preferred scenario. We'll make sure to make that information available.
Okay.
The other thing, we are developing metrics for all of these scenarios that kind of provide some quantitative data on reliable service, frequent service. How long does it take you if you live in this neighborhood to access this job?
Wow. Okay.
It is taking quite a bit of time to get that right. There's a lot of detailed work that's involved in modeling all that. So we don't have that today. It wasn't part of this presentation, but we do intend to include that when we release it for public comment.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, and the location, and if I could just add, the locations that we chose to kind of highlight the equity side of things. So we've chosen, Oxford Manor, McDougall Terrace. We have 6 locations throughout Durham, and we wanted to highlight areas where people really are needing to depend on transit in order to get to places.
Very good. And then I still don't have a really strong understanding of how we might look across all of our, funding, all of our partners who have funds for transportation to determine how to do as many of these types of transit services as possible. So like the city, they fund a lot, mostly all the local bus service, except for what the transit tax dollars fund. I just, I'm going to be struggling to figure out how to make a selection, of the elements in each of the scenarios, because I think we need to do it all. We need to figure out a way to be as efficient as possible with all of the resources and do as many of these things as possible. And so I don't know, just a comment as much as anything else, just trying to figure out how the city's, city funds factor into this and could help us be able to extend the county transit dollars to do more. And I'm also just really looking forward to the analysis around affordable housing and access. Those studies that TJ-COG is doing, I think are going to really provide very useful information to us for decision making. So thank you all for the work and for these great reports. Jay, I didn't really have any specific questions for you, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. Well, great questions from Commissioner Carter. And I'll follow up on a few of them. One of them is, I think that the scenarios has been very confusing because I think that it makes it seem like you have to pick one of the 3. And so I think, just like scenario, it sounds like this is the plan, like pick one of these 3 plans. So I think that I don't know what is the way to do it, but I think that's going to be a challenge when you bring it out to the community. I know I can hear, I've heard this presentation now a few times, and I can hear you all have changed it and have really improving on how to clarify this issue. But so I just wanted to put that out there, and I don't but I think it's going to be a little challenging, and I can see you trying to address that. I really like what you just said, Aaron, in response to Commissioner Carter and Ellen, you as well, that you're going to try to pick some metrics and models, because that's one of the questions I have with, if you're going to pick maybe half a dozen kind of a metric to look at with each of the scenarios. Are you going to look at how, if you lived in, let's say, Oxford Manor, and you were trying to get to Duke Hospital or to RTP, looking at major job centers, how long it would take you, all those different things across all the different options? Is that the kind of thing you're going to do?
Yeah, it does that. It's not necessarily specific to a particular location, like say Duke Hospital or RTP. What we can do is an analysis that says, this is how far you can get in, say, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And within each of those bands, this is how many jobs are available within each of those bands, to give people a way to compare and contrast those various scenarios.
Is it possible to just pick a few examples that you would literally, like, here's, Mr. Jones, and he lives here, and he's going to a job here. And with each of these, if it was bus rapid transit or commuter rail or local bus service, this is how long it would take Mr. Jones under these 3 different scenarios. I don't know if there's just a way to make it more relatable. I know I would benefit from that. I don't know if other people would, but it's just an idea I'm just throwing out.
We can certainly look at that and see what kind of options we might have.
Okay. And the other thing is, with the travel markets, are you looking at the wages of the jobs? Because I think that's one thing, that's a very big goal. I know of a lot of board members, is that we want to connect people to economic mobility and prosperity, and not just, minimum wage jobs. It's about also getting people to the higher paying jobs that they'll hopefully be able to get to with their Durham Tech certificates, or other things that we're going to try to connect people to.
That's very difficult. And maybe Jay, I saw went off mute for a second, so I was hoping he was going to help me out. He knows the data a little better than I do. I think it's very difficult to get reliable data. Like, we can get the number of jobs, but the data for the wages of those jobs is, Jay, can you, I don't think it's, I'll just say, I don't think that's particularly reliable, and I wouldn't want to necessarily put that out to the public that, yes, there are this many, this is the kind of job you can get at this wage in this distance. I just don't think the data's there to feel good about putting something like that out publicly.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I had taken myself off mute because for the commuter rail analysis, which is on a longer time frame than this current phase of engagement, the report that TJ Cog is working on will be able to look at the sort of the 3 tranches or thresholds of income that are reported in the, I believe it's U.S. unemployment insurance data, census LEHD loads, for folks who can't take that technical term before. It's taken TJ Cog about 6 months to work through some data quality and cleaning steps to get to where they are. There's still a little bit to go. One of the things we may be able to do for the preferred scenario is coordinate with Aaron and Ellen and see if there's a way we can pull that data into the tool that they're using to look at job access. It may not be possible, but we can certainly try.
Okay. And then about the commuter rail study, great, so glad about the things that are being looked at. Is it possible at this point to even amend what's being looked at? Because thinking about how COVID has impacted us, there's a lot of discussion nationally about how now people are working at different times. and our work schedules are now blown up for people. And so it's conceivable that people could be going to work back and forth at all different times. Is there any way to look at what would happen if the commuter rail was much more frequent? And then it really could serve so many more people. You know, is that even something that could be looked at?
Yes, so I would say, I tried to quickly cover this, is that, you know, based on that engagement, and of course that engagement occurred during the pandemic time, we got a lot of feedback about how can you maybe run the schedule, set up the schedules a little bit differently. How could you perhaps have more service in the middle of the day or after traditional peak periods? And that is certainly something that we are working to understand whether or not we can incorporate that into the current study. I think the other thing to consider too is how we might phase in additional rail service. So the initial rail service might have fewer trip options, but in a number of years, maybe there's the potential to add additional service. So I think both of those things are being looked at, and I think it's something that we're hoping to be able to do some work on and report back to this board and others as we move forward.
Thank you, Jay. Let's see if there are any other questions from commissioners. Commissioner Burns?
I'll be quick for time's sake. What I wanted to do was, of course, as always, thank Ellen. Every time I have a question, she always gets back to me what I need. Aaron, I'm alternate number 10 on a lot of boards, but you always make sure I get the invites. So Commissioner Jacobs, I've seen this presentation a couple of times, and I do have to agree somewhat with her that you explained to us in the last meeting that we would that they would not have to pick one scenario. I am in agreement that even after hearing it a couple of times, I do hope that you all focus in on, and I know you'll have a communications plan around it. I just want to echo the sentiments that people understand they can pick more than one thing, right? Because we did ask that at the other one. So I'm hearing the same thing that Commissioner Jacobs is hearing. The other thing I want to point out to Jay, I know I just want to follow up. I think, and you can, well, let me throw this one out here first. I do know that you all are working on things through an equity lens, right? And you all have an equity toolkit. You updated us on that a couple of times. And maybe also, because I've seen the presentation so many times, there's a slide in there about stakeholder meetings, right? So those stakeholder meetings, maybe because I've seen that slide so many times between when you've had those, that I feel like you might not be having them. So I would never say y'all are not having them, but I'm on a lot of those lists, and I don't know how ongoing some of those are. I've probably seen that slide, you know, between here and the city and the county, NPO and transit and the on the tax board. So I would love to see, you know, I just want to know if some of that stuff's ongoing. And if it is, I would love to get an email about it so that I could send it out to folks so they know when these stakeholders, okay, I got some nods, perfect. And I think the last thing I want to go back to something that Commissioner Jacobs pointed out about additional systems. Is another impediment for that commuter rail running more than an 8-2 schedule, the fact that there are actually other rails on there? Right, and I see Commissioner Howerton nod, but that ain't who I'm asking. I'm asking you,
I know.
Jay. And so yeah, don't we have other train? I would love to see, you know, more. As somebody who rode in public transportation, I can think, you know, if I had in Durham and I had to get back, right, like that was crazy with an 8-2 schedule that my express would ride. But isn't that also an impediment, the fact that there are actually trains that ride on this rail?
Yes, I would say it's a impediment and a benefit. Shared rail allows us to partner with the existing rail service that's out there, but we will be adding additional rail. So one of the key components of this study will be to understand how much capacity or room for trains are we adding, and how much of that and in what time frame would be available for rail service that's operated by Go Triangle using the transit funds. But you're absolutely right. At some point, there is a limit because there are freight trains and Amtrak trains that also need to use those rails.
I like how you put it. It's a benefit as an impediment, but it could be a benefit. Didn't think of it that way. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that ends this presentation, and I thank you, Ellen, Jay, Aaron, thank you guys for so much for the information. Is there any action that you needed from us?
No, these two presentations are informational only.
Thank
So
you very
the
much.
action was on the consent agenda item.
Okay, thanks very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next quarter.
All righty. So we're down to Commissioner directives.
Good afternoon.
Drew,
Chair
are
Howard.
you available?
I am here. I'm going to stay off camera. It's been a little bit of a rough weekend for me. I spent the morning at the doctor's office, unfortunately, but I am here and
Okay.
happy to report that the directives are pretty up to date. Monica and I are in a good rhythm of getting the draft minutes and incorporating them into the directives. But if there are any questions or comments, I'd be happy to take them now.
Okay, anything for the commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Drew, I hope you get good news from your doctor's visit this morning. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the March 22nd directive, which was that we were going to, that Claudia was going to bring back the discussion of the ARPA, begin discussion of that at the April 3rd work session. And just want to make sure that I had suggested that we discuss it today. And I know that Commissioner Lum had suggested in just some of the emails that we discuss it at our April 10th work session. So I just want to make sure that we are going to get that on our April 10th work session. Not work session, regular meeting agenda. That's all.
We can have that conversation at the prep meeting.
Sure.
Agenda prep as to when it's best to get it on the agenda.
Well, it's also a commissioner, we have, as commissioners, we can request things to be on the agenda. And so if there are at least 3 commissioners that are in support of that, then we're able to do that.
Commissioner Jacobs, can you just allow me as a chair to direct that conversation at the agenda prep meeting, please? And you and I can discuss it as a chair and vice chair.
I'd like to hear from other board members as well on the issue.
I just saw that Claudia was trying to say something.
Yeah, like one quick thing. I think first of all, this is water. The allergies.
We would not blame you, Claudia. I promise you. I don't. Not blame.
First of all, I should have updated that little directive. We have been given guidance to wait on making decisions on how we will use the ARPA funds until we get directives from State Treasury. And although we can have some conversation with the board, communities have been encouraged to be very measured as to not overstate what they're planning to do, and those directives change. So that's why, and I believe we may have, because this, I believe may have come up before, and we said we were waiting for guidelines. I know that there are efforts at jurisdictions that are happening, but with staff, we have been looking at the guidelines, seeing what other places are doing, but we're also putting the infrastructure in place and reviewing once we do get guidance, so that we can move forward pretty quickly with some of the more administrative types of things. And that's what the School of Government has encouraged. And that's also what the state treasury has encouraged to at this point. But right now, we are looking at, what we've done before, having a community, having each GM is looking at what the board has said in their strategic plan versus what the ARPA has directed potential use, but we're still waiting for guidance. I know the city is doing some planning, but it's still preliminary until they get the final guidelines, because things sort of move quickly and get lives of their own. And then you're relaying that can't be done because the federal government has said, okay, well, that particular area is not something that you do. And one quick example, and then I'll stop talking, is the potential use of ARPA funds for broadband. We had thought about that. There had been some small conversations in-house about even using the dollars for Starlink before we had saw the exchanges last week. From an accounting perspective and a compliance perspective, to invest dollars into an area that is a potential versus an actual something that has come to fruition was an approach we were very cautious on. So to see that there was a pilot happening was encouraging that our thought process was in the right direction. So that's just one example, but again, one that we felt was not something that we could bring as a formal conversation until we got the guidelines. And so even with that, we're waiting for those guidelines, but we can definitely talk more, but it will be a measured conversation. And and based on, how the board decides to proceed and the manager. But I did just want to give that context, and then my apologies for not fleshing that out in the directives, because it maybe could have gotten in front of some.
Well, thank you, Claudia. And I just want to respond. I'm not looking for a detailed discussion, very high level and more about process, totally. And so thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs, you sent an email at 11, almost midnight last night regarding this. Now, you've had a problem with bringing anything to the board after Friday. Now, you sent an email at 11:30, almost 12 o'clock this morning, asking to put something on the agenda. Now, when you say we're not following process, how are you following process when you do that? When nobody is prepared to have this conversation. So I'm asking you to just hold off until we can get the information on the agenda with commissioners having information that they need and the staff so that they can discuss the item. Now is not the time. Well, nobody is prepared to have that conversation.
And just to clarify, my request was to use 15 minutes of our commissioner comments time just for our board to have a high level discussion. It wasn't requesting any involvement for staff preparation. That was what my request was. And I have brought this up many times in many different situations. I've raised the issue, so it's not something new.
Not at this agenda, for this agenda, you have not. So don't put that in the air. So let's move on with the agenda, please. So we've already moved into commissioner comments. Are there any comments from any of the other commissioners? Commissioner Alum, and then Commissioner Carter.
Oh, Commissioner Carter, if you want to go first.
I was just actually, that's okay. I was actually going to just ask, Madam Chair, do you want to know if we have any additional comments about the ARP or just in general comments?
In general, the ARP will be discussed when we can get it on the agenda appropriately so that commissioners can have dialogue about it, but not today.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So as this this commissioner comments is usually used for like training updates and conversations. I haven't attended any trainings. However, Chair Howerton and I have been talking and got to meet with a group that is interested in supporting the commission with the board relationship, internal training and relationship. And so through those conversations that me and Chair Howerton have had, and the conversations he's had also with on pricing, they have suggested that there's an opportunity for us to initiate the conversation or initiate the process with initial interviews and setting up a plan for addressing a lot of the concerns that have existed from the Coleman report and moving forward. And so I wanted to just bring that forward as an option that would be if we could consider that for training.
Thank you, Commissioner Lum. I would just say, don't say whatever name it is. I love you. I've tried to work on this issue. Commissioner Howerton has tried to work. Just thank you. Just don't say nothing in public about it. Like, I know that sound, it was all 3 times it's been tanked. We've seen the emails that have come to Commissioner Howerton from people saying they don't want to work with us based on these conversations. To keep the procurement process pure, to keep it fair. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm saying thank you on the front end for even, picking up the mantle, because some people just will not, because they don't want to do it. So thank you for that. But the only reason why I'm not opining right now is because I want to keep the process pure. That is literally, I'm sending you a virtual hug for even continuing to do the work. But I don't have anything to add.
If it's something that the commissioners are willing to move forward with, I'll move it to our attorney and allow him to take the action that's necessary. That's if this is something the board wants to do. If not, we'll move on to the next conversation. And thanks, Commissioner Lum, for being in this conversation. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and thank you, Commissioner Lum. So this sounds like this is a different process because it's going to be below the threshold to need to bid on it. Just to clarify.
That was with the conversations that Chair Howerton and I had, that for the initial process of conversation, it would be below the RFP.
Okay. So then the next step would just be to move forward with them, since it is below the need to do an RFP. Is that the way that it would work? I just want to get clear, because it sounds good to me, but I just want to make sure we're being consistent.
And can we talk about what the regulations are for sole source outside of a public conversation? I'm begging. Because that is a sole source, but there are even still regulations around that. I think that is a fair request. And I like you, Commissioner Jacobs, I want clarification, but can we just not do it here?
Okay, so.
Yeah, we'll need our RFP process person in a conversation to clarify that. So thank you, Commissioner Lum, and we can move on, and then we'll have the attorney get back with us on the process.
But I just want to express my support for, for moving forward, if that's what the consensus of the board is. Thank you, Commissioner Lum.
All right, other questions, concerns?
Real quick.
We have a closed session in a few minutes. I just want an agenda item that Monica sent out an email for everybody's calendar, because commissioners, we need to discuss performers process. And she sent out an email to get something on the calendar. Can we look at our calendars and give her a date so that we can have this conversation and then begin to get a schedule set up for anyone else that has to do a performance evaluation. So what we'll be discussing is the process. So she sent you, Monica, you sent them 3 dates?
Yes, Chair Howerton.
So does any of those dates work for the commissioners?
Y'all look now.
Madam Chair, I replied to Tanya's email about that.
Okay. So did the rest of the board respond? Okay.
Commissioner Howerton, I have one more.
Yeah.
I have one more date to look at to make sure it works. If it would please you, could I be allowed to send you my date by close of business today?
That would be great.
Yeah, and I will, and I'll hold myself to that standard. I just need to make sure I'm available.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll do the same as well.
We could get those. Yeah, because to be fair to the rest of our staff, we need to go ahead and get this done. All right. I don't have anything else. Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I didn't realize we had left directives and moved into commissioner comments, but there were a few things that I just wanted to get clarity on. Another agenda item that I would like to hear the board's reaction to is we got a proposal from the mayor about a vaccine equity proposal. And I know it's time sensitive. I think the city council is going to take it up on May 7th. And obviously the earliest that we could discuss it is May 11th. So otherwise it would be back at the end of May. And I know it's time sensitive in terms of hiring community health workers and addressing this disparity around vaccine access for the Latinx and Black community. So I just wanted to say that I hope that we will get this on our May 11th agenda for our board to take up and discuss at that time.
Commissioner Jacobs, I directed the staff, the health department to come back with analysis that we need to be able to take this up. So they will be doing their analysis and get back with us.
Do we know what the date is for that?
No, because we just got it, and we got it on what, Thursday, Friday. So we haven't met to have that conversation yet.
Okay.
So as soon as they can do their analysis, we'll get back with the board.
Okay.
Commissioner Howerton, could I also, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jacobs, if you were not finished, I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, that's fine. I had something else, but go ahead.
Well, it was about that proposal.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say before we left that I know that Rob and Director Jenkins, as well as G and Pierce were not included on that proposal development, which is fine. We love when people come up with great ideas. I'm thankful that we have a mayor that is proactive and wants to do that. However, there are some, myself included, along with some city council members that do have some questions about the fiscal agent. Out of respect for Commissioner Howerton, I don't want to use commissioner's comments nor this directive space to add things onto the agenda. While I can respect that we are crunched for time, the email, many of us replied to the email that was sent by Mayor Schul. I would echo again, and I would be open to talking to any commissioner personally about how we need to make sure that when we fund individuals who are specifically tasked with doing equity work, whether it be the people on the ground or the fiscal agent, we have to make sure that these folks have a positive past performance and equity work. And I do think that there's some work that needs to be done on researching that. And I know that our staff is coming back with us with recommendations this week. I know they will have their nose to the gears all this week working on that. So I'm not an oppositionist to hearing more about this proposal. Indeed, I'm a proponent of it, but I do think that there are some partners where I would hope as leaders, we could sit down and figure out whether or not these are the best individuals to move forward with. So that's what, I don't want to discuss adding it on the agenda until we have done those things.
Thank you. And there's the other issue I just wanted to raise, because we are going to hear the recommended budget on Monday. And I know that we had the CIP presentation, extensive discussion today as a follow-up from the budget retreat. But I do want to just raise the issue that, because I looked back over all of our budget information that we've had since the retreat. And the email that was sent out on March 10th, pretty extensive draft document, which is like 9 pages from Claudia, that had a really amazing chart on page 3 that listed, like 29 different follow-up items. And then there was a follow-up email on March 31st and on April 1st to follow up. But I am concerned, and I know Claudia, actually, it was on the draft, our draft agenda for today. She was going to bring back some follow-up items. And then even on this document, page 3 of the March 10th, it says FY 2021 budget retreat highlights. There's an extensive, I know you can't see it, but spreadsheet about the follow-up. And so there was supposed to be follow-up at one of our work sessions on some of these things. But the reason I'm raising it is because I am concerned that there still are a number of things that we haven't had the opportunity to have discussion or follow-up information on from the budget retreat. So I would hope that, obviously we can't have it on an agenda now, but if there is the possibility to get some of that information before next Monday, that would be great if staff could look at that.
Commissioner
Yes.
Jacobs, your 6 minutes is up.
Okay.
So so if you could send staff an email following up on those things, so that they can have it in writing what it is that you're requesting, that would be much appreciated.
And there's one that I really want to see if we could get even some information about right now, which is related to the hiring freeze. What is the current status of the hiring freeze? Because
Commissioner Jacobs, can you just send those questions to the staff, please?
Sure.
We are way over time here. So yeah.
All right, I will do that today. Thank you.
We have a closed session next, commissioners. The board is requested to go into closed session for the following: to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged to GS 143.318.11A3. I'd like to thank the citizens and others for attending the virtual meeting, and callers attending the closed session are asked to join the call using the information that was sent. I need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Lum. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Burns. Monica, would you call the roll?
Good afternoon. This is Maceo.
Maceo.
Opening for Monica.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye, and nice to hear your voice, Maceo.
Nice to hear and see you all. And Chair Howerton.
Aye. We are in closed session.
Netta, how's the dog? Commissioner Alam, how's the dog? Well, both of them.
2 dogs.
Yeah, both. The big one. You know, I don't worry about the little ones. The big one.
Oh, they're both big. Our German Shepherd, the vet said she has to lose some weight because she's almost the size of our Great Pyrenees, which is not
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Monica, I'm really having a hard time with my computer today. It's just freezing up, so we can get IT.
Yes, ma'am. IT actually has a computer waiting for you. So I'll get with you after the meeting.
Thank you. So we met in closed session, give direction to staff. We can need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
This is moved by Commissioner Lum, second by Commissioner Jacobs. Monica, if you call the roll.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Chair Howerton and Vice Chair Jacobs, we have agenda prep. If you guys will take a peek at your calendar invite and we can move on to that.